Mm-mm. This one. Might actually turn this down a little bit. A wee bit. Alright. So I think we were up to around here. But we may need to use them. But maybe not just yet. They were suggested to be used though. And they may help a little bit. They may help a little bit. Actually, I want to close this off for a second. I'm going to launch the config. Okay, I've already got it turned off. Cool, okay. Awesome. So this section was suggested. Since we need to know about these things. Because we all need to. And I don't think async will be the best, since I don't know much about Rust yet. So going threaded is probably the next best thing. Rust remember separate challenges to be solved, different methods over time. Just going with their ownership of type systems and powerful set of tools help manage memory through the air concurrency. If you spend lots of time trying to reproduce the exact circumstances, as a result you can fix the code while you're working on it rather than potentially after it has been shipped to production. Yeah, that's concurrency. I've heard of many of the problems as concurrent rather than being more precise by saying concurrent and or parallel. This book is more about concurrency and or parallelism. To be more specific. Many languages are dogmatic about the solutions. Erlang has elegant functionality for passing message passing, concurrency. How to create threads to run multiple pieces of code at the same time, message passing, concurrency with channels send messages between threads, shared state concurrency, multiple threads have access to some piece of data. I think that's what we want actually. I don't think we want to really message pass, but we want to kind of share state, which might be easier actually. So I don't think it's a huge problem to lock the main thread after we've got a response. it's only during the blocking of the response that we don't want to have, we don't want to lock up the main thread when we are waiting for a response from the request. But I think it might be fine to lock the main thread when we're creating or removing users, because it shouldn't take long. But I imagine that it being a compiled language and everything, and being native, that these thread locks and processing of these things shouldn't pause the main thread very long. The sync and send traits, which extend Rust concurrency guarantees to user-defined types as well as types provided by the standard library. Okay. Most current OSs and executed programs code is run in a process. The operating system manages multiple processes at once within your program. You can also have independent parts that run simultaneously. The feature that run these independent parts are called threads. Splitting the computation in your program into multiple threads can improve performance because the program does multiple tasks at the same time, but it also adds complexity. Because threads can run simultaneously, there's no inherent guarantee about the order in which parts of your code on different threads will run. And this can lead to problems like race conditions, where threads are accessing data or resources in an inconsistent order, or deadlocks, where two threads are waiting on each other to finish using a resource any other thread, or the other thread has, preventing both threads from continuing. Bugs that happen only in certain situations and are hard to reproduce and fix reliably. Rust attempts to mitigate the negative effects of using threads. Programming in a multi-threaded context still takes careful thought and requires a code structure that is different from that in programs running in a single thread. Programming languages implement threads in a few different ways. Many OSs provide an API for creating new threads, and this model where a language calls the operating system APIs to create threads is sometimes called one-to-one, meaning one operating system thread per one language thread. Many programming languages provide their own special implementations of threads. It's green threads, and the languages that use green threads will execute them in context of a different number of operating system threads. So green thread model is called MN model, where M green threads per N operating system threads, where M and N are not necessarily the same number. So I kind of understand how to just create a thread and let it do its thing. And we can do this. Like that, this function, a new thread will be stopped when the main thread ends. Whether or not it has finished running, the output from this program might be a little different every time, but it will look similar to the following. It calls the thread sleep, force a thread to stop its execution for a short duration, allowing different threads to run. The threads will probably take turns, but this isn't guaranteed. It depends on how your operating system schedules the threads. The code in 16.1 not only stops the spawn threads prematurely most of the time due to the main thread ending, but also can't guarantee that the spawn thread will get to run at all. Okay. So the program is actually responsible for the thread. It doesn't just exist outside of the thing. So if the main thread ends first, then some of these will be guaranteed not to run at all or be stopped partway through. We can fix the problem of the spawn thread not getting to run, or not getting to run completely, by saving the return value of thread spawn in a variable. The return type of thread spawn is a join handle, and our join handle is an own value that we can call the join method on. Call the join method on it. We'll wait for the thread to finish. 16.2 shows the join handle of the thread we created in 16.1 to call join to make sure the spawn thread finishes before the main exits. Cool. So, in something like C++, I think you can detach them instead of joining them. But I assume that if you don't join them in Rust, it's automatically detached, or maybe handled because of how Rust runs or works. Calling join on the handle blocks the thread currently running until the thread represented by the handle terminates. Blocking a thread means that the thread is prevented from performing work or exiting, because we've put the call to join after the main thread's for loop. Running listing 16.2 should produce output similar to this. The two threads continue alternating, but the main thread waits because of the call to join and does not end until the spawn thread is finished. But let's see what happens when we instead move handle join before the for loop in main, like this. Yeah, so it would do all this first and then do this, because this is blocking. Where the join is called can affect whether or not your thread runs at the same time, using the move closures with threads. It's often used alongside thread spawn because it allows you to use data from one thread in another thread. So you can basically move data from the main thread into another thread or something like that. We mentioned that we can use the move keyword before the parameter list to force Clojure to take ownership of the values it uses in the environment. This technique is especially useful when creating new threads in order to transfer ownership of values from one thread to another. And listing 16.1, the Clojure we pass to thread spawn takes no arguments. We're not using any data from the main thread in the spawn thread's code to use data from the main thread in the spawn thread. The spawn thread's Clojure must capture the values it needs, and 16.3 shows an attempt to create a vector in the main thread and use it in the spawn thread. However, this won't work yet, and we'll see that. Yeah, because we don't actually do the move here, we're not capturing anything in the Clojure, so this just won't work. Rust first how to capture V, and because println only needs to take a reference to V, the Clojure tries to borrow V. However, there's a problem. Rust can't tell how long the spawn thread will run, so it doesn't know if the reference to V will always be valid. Oh no. So trying to do the same thing but dropping it after the thread. If we if we were allowed to run this code, there's a possibility the spawn thread would be immediately be put into the background without running at all. The spawn thread has a reference to v inside, but the main thread immediately drops it using the drop function. And then we spawned thread starts, and then the spawn thread starts to execute. V is no longer valid, so the reference is not valid. Bruh. By adding the move keyword before the closure, we force the closure to take ownership of the values it's using rather than allowing Rust to infer that it should borrow the values. So we can move the vec inside of here and it's fine. So we don't actually need to give it a list of things. We don't actually need to give it a list of values. Rust seems to just take care of this. So you can just put move in front of the closure and then we'll just take this automatically. So it's kind of neat. What would happen to the code in listing 16.4 with the main thread called drop if we use a move closure? Would move fix that case? Unfortunately, no. Because it has been moved. So we can't do that anymore. It's been moved into the other thread. If we add a move to the closure, we'd move it into the closure's environment and we could no longer call drop on it in the main thread. Yep. Because that other thread now has ownership of it. And it no longer belongs to the main thread. Makes sense. Rust ownership rules have saved us. We get an error because Rust was being conservative and only borrowing v for the thread, which meant the main thread could theoretically invalidate the spawn thread's reference. By telling Rust to move the ownership of v to the spawn thread, we're guaranteeing Rust that the main thread won't use v anymore. If we change listing 16.4 in the same way, we're then violating the ownership rules when we try to use v in the main thread. The move keyword overrides Rust's conservative default of borrowing. Doesn't let us violate the ownership rules. The basic understanding of threads and thread API, we can take a look at what we can do with threads. Okay, so I'm going to make a simple thread rs. Simple thread rs. Which has an fn main. Have I done something wrong here? Or is it just being weird? No, it's just being weird for a second. Close the others. And we need standard thread, I believe. Thread. It's not Sierra here. Unresolved macro. Ah, whoops. Whoop it up. It's been a few days since I've written code in Rust. Why's my computer like moved up weird? There we go. It's more centered. So as we go, let copy int equals, I don't know, 32, and I don't think we can really infer the exact type. We'll probably assume. Then we're going to let v equals vec y1, 2, 3. And then equals thread spawn. And then we'll go through equal join.unwrap. So if we wanted to use v in here, we'll have to use move, and then we'll go print line, and we don't have to move the int in. I'll actually just name it int. Don't need to move the int in because it doesn't matter. Int v You don't need to move the int in because okay, yeah, we need to debug print it. We don't need to move the int in because it's a copied. And if we go to here, come in here, clear cargo, run, example simple threads. Yep, cool. So you don't need to move int in there, but just because it's copy type, we don't need to move an int into it. We could easily just use the int down here because it's copied. And we see it first because this doesn't exactly run straight away. No matter how we run it. So using move, we capture V and move it into this closure. And if we say let B equal, let's make it a string. Hello to string. B. Is that going to let us print it like that? Because yeah, okay, it's smart enough to know that this is the thing that needs to be figured out. Cool.
Behind the wall. Right.
So it's smart enough to do that. To know that this is the only thing we're formatting. We can capture this because it's a copy type. We are moving V into the thread, which is a vec, and printing it, and then we're creating a string in this thread and printing that. And we're printing int down here because it's copied. And we get this. It's very cool. Why is there an at in here who's been someone streaming? Yes. Somebody is streaming. Talk a bit. Very cool. So that's quite nice. Very simple thread. Okay, so let's get into the next thing. I'll comment this here saying we use move so that we take ownership of the vec. Okay. Message passing to transfer data between threads. One increasingly popular approach to ensuring thread safe concurrency is message passing. Where threads or actors communicate by sending each other messages containing data. Here's the idea and the slogan from the Go language documentation. Do not communicate by sharing memory, instead share memory by communicating. One major tool that Rust has for accomplishing message sending concurrency is a channel. It's like Go, a programming concept that Rust standard library provides an implementation of, and you can imagine a channel in programming as being like a channel of water, such as a stream or a river. If you put something like a rubber duck or a boat into a stream, it will travel downstream to the end of the waterway. Channel in programming has two halves, a transmitter and a receiver. Transmitter half is the upstream location where you put the rubber duck into the river, and the receiver is where the rubber duck ends up downstream. One part of your code calls methods on the transmitter for the data you want to send, and another part checks the receiving and for arriving messages. A channel is said to be closed if either the transmitter or receiver half is dropped. Okay, here we'll work up to a program that has one thread to generate values, send them down a channel, and another thread that will receive the values and print them out. So we're going to make two threads. Generate work up that has one thread to generate the values and send them down the channel, and another thread that will receive them. Nice. So we'll have two threads, one transmitting, one receiving. Send simple values between threads using the channels to illustrate the feature. Once you're familiar with the technique, you could use channels to implement a chat system or a system where many threads perform parts of a calculation. Send the parts to the one thread that aggregates the results. We'll create a channel, but not to do anything with yet. Know that this won't compile yet because Rust can't tell what type of values we want to send over the channel. Okay. We'll create another example, and we'll go channels.rs, and we'll go use standard sync MSPC, FN main. The MSPC, MPSC. Wait, MPSC. And then we'll get the transmitter and the receiver with MPSC channel. And it complains because you don't know what the actual types are. Create a new channel using MPSC channel. MPSC stands for multiple producer, single consumer. The way Rust standard library implements channels means a channel can have multiple sending ends that produce value, but only one receiving end that consumes those values. I think the only problem with channels though is still that the receiver is actually blocking. So for my avatar thing, I don't want to block, because then we won't be able to run anything. We won't be able to update or render, and it will just freeze. So I imagine that there is a way that the receiver can just like poll it for data.
That's high.
I feel like there would be a way that you can maybe poll the receiver to say, is there actually anything there? That way we don't have to block and wait for a response. So imagine multiple streams flowing together into one big river, everything sent down. Any of the streams will end up in the river at the end, and we'll start with a single producer for now, but we'll add multiple producers when we get this example working. Yeah, so if we get IRC as well, which we will probably need for messages, that might need to end up on a separate thread so that we can poll the IRC for messages or wait for messages, and then we could send that through to the main thread to handle. But for now, I still kind of want to get the IRC thing working so that we only need IRC and not this third party thing.
I know.
But it should be possible. The MPSC channel function returns a tuple, which is the sending end and the second is receiving, so a transmitter receiver are traditionally used in many fields. So we name our variables as such to indicate that each end we're using a let statement with a pattern that destructures the tuples.
No, I missed.
Let's move the transmitting end into a spawn thread and have it send one string, so the spawn thread is communicating with the main thread. As shown in 16.7, this is like putting a rubber duck in a river stream or a river upstream, or sending a chat message from one thread to another. Okay. It's kind of, oh wait no, we're moving. I was gonna say it's kind of weird that we can use TX in this, but then I seen the move. Okay. So thread spawn move. Okay. And what, we create the message to be sent through. Yep, that. We'll create a string. String. And we go tx dot send string dot unwrap. And again, we're using thread spawn to create a new thread, and then using move to move tx into the closure, so the spawn thread owns tx. The spawn thread needs to own the transmitting end of the channel to be able to send messages through the channel. I think we can just clone it at some point if we're having multiple transmitters. Which I think they said we're going to have, so we'll probably not need the move later. We'll probably end up just cloning TX. Transmitting end has a send method that takes a value that we want to send. The send method returns a result T type, so that the receiving end has already been dropped and there's nowhere to send the value. The send operation will turn an error. In this example, we're calling unwrap to panic in the case of an error, but in a real application, we would handle it properly. Okay. I feel like I was kind of being dumb in the avatar thing. Because all I had to do was just read this thing properly, and I think I probably would have got it better. But we need to know how to make the receiver not block, I guess. Because it does have a timeout, I believe. Which would mean that it has to block for small fractions of time. Thing 16.8. We'll get the value from the receiving end of the channel in the main thread. It's like receiving a rubber duck from the water at the end of the river, or like getting a chat message. Okie dokie. Received equals rx dot recver unwrap, and then print line recver. Channel received hello. Very good, very good. Boop. Hello. Awesome. The receiving end of the channel has two useful methods, recver and try recver. We're using recver for short, which is short for receive. Which will block the main thread's execution and wait until the value is sent down the channel. Once the value is sent, recver will return a result. When the sending end of the channel closes, recver will return an error to signal that there are no more values will be incoming. The try-rec method doesn't block, but will instead return a result immediately. An OK value holding a message if one is available, and an error message, an error value if there aren't any messages this time. Using try-rec is useful if the thread has other work to do while waiting for messages. So that's what we actually need to do. We don't need to do recver with a timeout, we need to do try-rec. Okay, we could write a loop that calls try-rec every so often, handle the message if one is available, otherwise does other work for a little while until checking again. So since we have TX and RX here, and they're kind of bound to each other, if I use the transmitter from the main thread, can I send something into the thread and it catches something as well? Or could I make like a secondary transmitter and receiver and also put that into here? To say like, we want to cancel the thread or like make it close. Because I think that is what we need to do, because we need to run a constant loop that waits for a response. And then once we want to close down the thread, like when we want to close the application, we need to send the thread some form of information so that we can close it properly. And I think that's possible, right? That sounds pretty possible. So we've used recver in this example for simplicity. We don't have to have any other work to do for the main thread. For the main thread to do other than wait for messages, so blocking a main thread is appropriate. Perfect. Channels and ownership transference. The ownership rules play a vital role in message sending because they help you write safe concurrent code. Preventing errors in concurrent programming is the advantage of thinking about ownership throughout your Rust program. So let's do an experiment to show how channels and ownership work together to prevent problems. We'll try to use a val value in the spawn thread after we sent it down the channel.
KJ just fucking hit me in the head.
Okay. I will see why. Okay, it makes sense that send kind of captures val, right? So we can't print it. We shouldn't be allowed to print this because I imagine that send takes ownership of val.
You picked a pretty Russian boy instead.
Because val is an owned type, I imagine that send takes ownership of val, so printing val would not work here. If you wanted to print val, you should probably put it one line up. Here we try to print val after we send it down the channel with tx send. Allowing this would be a bad idea. Once the value has been sent to another thread, the thread could modify or drop it before we try to use the value again. The other thread's modifications could cause errors or unexpected results due to inconsistent or non-existent data. However, Rust gives an error if we try to compile this code. Because it's borrowed here, but we move it here. Yep. Now, a concurrency mistake has caused the compile time error. The send function takes ownership of its parameter, and when the value is moved, the receiver takes ownership of it. This stops us from accidentally using the value again after sending it, and the ownership assistant checks that everything is okay. Sending multiple values and seeing the receiver waiting. I imagine you can send it as like a... Oh, okay, you can send it as a vec. So you can send any type. So I could just as easily just send a tuple if I wanted to send other things that aren't a single type. We send it every second. I kind of imagine that waiting a second that the main thread will catch these every second. demonstrating RX as a iterator. And 1 second pause in between each line. And we can clone the transmitter so that we can use it in multiple threads. Yeah, I think this is where I started reading from before. I started reading from like the bottom up, so I was being big dumb. But I think I kind of understand it now. But I imagine the sender and receiver have to be the exact same type. Because I can't send one thing here that's not a vec, like a string, and then send a vec here. We can't send... I think that's fine though, because the response will be a string anyway. It'll be a JSON string, and then we could receive it. We could receive it on the main thread, process the JSON, and then do what we need to do. So what if I also did let tx1 and rx1 equals mspc channel, create a new channel, and this type. I keep doing the thing wrong.
Oh, you just woke up.
So if let sum equals rx1 dot try rec.
Do you want the TFCA on? And do double up?
It's a result, so it's actually okay. We'll turn this into a loop. So I'm going to turn this into roughly what it should look like. Actually no, I don't think the value actually matters in this one, because we don't care. Because if we're sending a value to this other thread, then we could care less about it doing a thing. So now we say, well, we literally just need to send it anything at this point. It doesn't need to be a boolean. We just need to have something sent through this transmitter and receive it in the loop. So it could literally be sending anything. It could be sending a number or anything. We discard the value because we don't care. But just for like clarity, anyway, let mutable loops equals 10. And can I do iterations equals 0? Can I do it like that? I cannot. Let your iterations. What? You moved the whole.
I transferred it
yes.
over.
Yes.
From my
Yes.
computer to my SSD.
Yes. It's still there. We can. Yeah, I told you. You have to change where your shortcut point to, because you moved it all. I don't know if you moved the client, because it doesn't. Because you were using it when you're trying to move it all. Still opens it in the receiver.
How do I change it? But it's installing my game back into my C drive, which I don't want.
Because you're using the other client that's still in C drive, not the one in D drive. You got one here, and you probably still got the other one in C drive. Right here. Because you didn't delete it, you just copied it.
Can you delete that?
Said you'll have to refresh your shortcuts because they'll still be trying to point to the one in C drive and not in D drive.
I'll just delete this.
Yes, if you got the new one now. And League still existed in your C drive as well, so it's probably trying to find that one. And we're using the old client in C drive.
Oh, you're not helping.
Huh? What? I literally created the shortcut.
Try it out for you.
You're just copying the entire program, not the shortcut. What do you mean, how does that make sense? One is the program and one is not the program. One is a shortcut to the program, the other is the program. Not the While iterations are less than. Oops. And down here we want to say tx.send, and it literally does not matter at all what we send in here. And that.
It's showing me the old client.
Huh?
Why is it showing the old client?
I don't know.
Ew, this is whack, look.
Okay. That could work. Just to make sure that it worked, print line exiting thread. No. Cool. We did it. This is basically the exact thing that we want to have in
Am I dumb?
the avatar thing. This is basically exactly what I wanted to do. We need two different channels because one is going to be sending the data back and forth, or at least back to the thread.
I don't know what you've done.
What do you mean?
This isn't plugging in, this is old.
Couldn't tell. I don't know what's the other one because you copied it. It should be exactly the same. So unless you have another version of League somewhere else as well. I don't know that.
No. I don't think so either. And I don't know where my fucking right client's on either.
This is the D drive now. D drive behind you.
I know, and it's not here. updating it to the Riot client. I don't know. Usually just patches it in the actual league thing.
Can you go to your settings? Because I'm actually trying to still install the C drive version or into C drive. No, it's actually not working. That's not where it should be. I'll just say NA. I'll just say NA.
I don't know. Scissor scene.
You got NA. That's it.
Settings.
Your settings where you're just looking at stuff.
Literally says.
No. Go back to the settings. It literally said NA in the settings. It says OCE on your account, but it says NA in your settings for some reason.
What?
Settings. I said go to
What do you
settings.
want from me, Caleb?
I said go to settings, not logging out again.
No.
So that's where it was, where it says the install location had NA above it. Settings, not logging out. Settings. Regulation. Yeah.
It's the live patch.
Yeah, that's all. So why did it say NA, not?
It's the live patch. I don't know how
Yeah.
to say that.
I didn't know what it said. All I seen was NA.
Just reconnect to the NA live patch instead of any other Asian region. I don't know why.
Right.
I need some water. I'll be back in a second. One sec.
So this.
I got tea fragment. That's so cool.
Swap run. Receive data from the thread until loop times. Loop and more times. Okay. So this setup is basically what we want.
I make better.
It's like exactly what we need in the avatar thing. We need a thread that just runs infinitely. And then we need a way to tell that thread to stop running so that we can join it, because otherwise we don't know how to join it. So we have two channels, one that will send and receive the response from, and one that will send and receive the exit notice on. So this is for exit notice for thread, and this is what's it called?
I was gonna say something and then what?
Sending
Um,
data to main thread.
crap.
This is like exactly what I wanted. So we need two channels for sending and receiving data, and one for the sending and receiving an exit notice so that we can break. And this exit notice doesn't have to be anything in particular, because we discard the value because we don't really care about the value. We just need to get a notice of some degree and to exit when we get it. And we don't want a blocking receive on either end, because this could be happening at any time and we don't want to wait for it, and this could be happening at any time. But for this specific example, we're just receiving. So this will be in the avatar thing, it'll be a try receive. And if we get anything, then we'll handle it, otherwise we'll continue. So this is exactly what is required. Exactly. is exactly what we need. I could have a look at shared state and see what they're actually it's about mutexes and locking. Me from the other day might have looked at this and said, okay, this is probably what we want to have, right? This is probably what we want. But in reality, no. Because this seems to be just modifying a value on the main thread. And that's not actually what we need. We actually just need to pass data between the threads. That way there's no blocking, there's no weird state being transferred. Because the only two-way thing doesn't need to be two-way. It's one way for both things. So we need to transmit the data that we receive from the response, the web request, to the main thread, and the exit notice needs to be sent to the thread doing the responses. So it is completely what is it called? Where are we at? Rustbook, and we want to go.
I don't want any of these.
I'm going to keep this version open here as a reference because this is exactly what we need.
I got a sniper on. I don't want any of
Okay, so if we cargo run, what did we actually get done in here? I think it is literally just getting something moving on the screen. And they move quite a lot.
I get it, Chris. I get it.
And that's cool, that's easy peasy. We'll change this to Twitch pals. Cool. I don't know why that was still the thing. Monitor. We still have monitor in here. So,
Oopsie daisy.
So we need
Oh, no, wait,
another transmitter and another receiver, which don't actually we don't even need a bool. We can literally just send a unit which is 0 sized, or should be 0 sized. Exit TX and exit RX, right? Our unit is probably the smallest thing that we can send because we don't need any data whatsoever. We just need to basically trigger it to happen. Let TX, XTX, and XRX. Actually, I might call it X like that.
Okay, let's get my moolah.
MS MPSC channel. XRX. No, XTX. XRX. Not very descriptive, but yep. Let's say thread TX. So we don't actually. Right, we're not moving things right. Thread TX. And we'll say thread Rx, which is sender of unit type, because we don't care. Self.rxrx.
Thank you.
Got a clone.
I don't know what to give you because there's nothing obvious.
We can't. Right. That is the issue about receiving in the thread. We can't clone a receiver. We can only clone a transmitter. What I could do is not store the RX at all, and not store, and only store the TX, and I make this optional first, and then we get rid of these entirely, and we say this is none. Right, and this is XTX is none first, and then we move this down here like so, like so, and then we say self.xtx equals sum of xtx, and we use xrx in here. I think this is the only, this is very spaghetti, but we cannot do other stuff. Because we can thread transmitters, we just can't thread transmit. We can clone transmitters, we just can't clone receivers. So in here, we can say if let okay, don't care, equals xrx dot trirec, and then we will do, and this also has to be a loop. If we receive data, then we break. We don't want that. We actually want, we don't want a timeout, couldn't care less. We say trirec, and we can just move that down here, and we say response. Get rid of that. And now we have the response, and to close it, we say self.x xtx send. Literally don't care, unwrap it, because it shouldn't matter at all. On xtx, unwrap xtx, which is behind a mutable reference. Wait, what? Cannot move out of xtx, which is, it does not implement copy. Consider borrowing the options content. Because we're unwrapping it, it doesn't let us do it, right? So I don't want to move it, I just want to have it as a reference, right? So can I do it like .asref? Is that what it's saying that we need to do here? Like that? Asref for sure, sender in the current with nothing sender. What? Okay, so xtx is a optional sender. Does it have to be a type that isn't a thing? So if I did change these to Boolean, right, is that gonna be still munted. Okay, the type doesn't matter. Because can I match on it? Match self.extx. If it is some tx, we go tx, let's send that unram. Otherwise, don't care. Is that fine? It doesn't implement copy. Do I have to clone the transmitter?
Coming in, Nala. Oh my god.
No, I wouldn't be able to do it like that, right? So if I unwrap and then clone it, right? Is that what you want me to do? It's behind a mutable reference of unwrap. Is that what you want? Okay. Weird, but okay. So that should tell the thread to stop. That will tell the thread to stop running. And then in here we also do self.join handle. The handle. Well, also we want to unwrap it and then say join. Is it going to be the same pane? Do we have to go .as ref? Mudref. Is dref mutable? Mutable. And then join also has to unwrap. No? Cannot move out of the mutable reference, which does not implement the copy trait. Can I? Bro, I'm not moving it though, is the thing that I don't care. I don't want to move it, I just want to use it. Doesn't implement clone either. As ref dot unwrap these optional things are kind of annoying because it says it doesn't implement copy. So if I try to unwrap it and then use it, it's like, nah, that's a copy. So how do I access the value within the unwrap without trying to copy it? I just want to use what the value is inside. So it's X. Okay. So what does AND do? Returns none if the option is none, otherwise returns option B. Cool. Returns none if the option is none, otherwise calls F within the wrapped value and returns the result. Cool. Maybe that's something we need to do. H dot join, and then we unwrap that. It says it returns the. Maybe do we unwrap that instead? Like that. New. Try wrapping expression in sum. Oh, okay. I can't really care for this at all. But handle is now complaining. Is it consider as ref? Dot as ref. H dot join.
Never mind.
Cannot move out of H, which is behind a shared reference move because H is a join handle which does not copy. Bruh, can you just clone it then? No, we can't clone it because it doesn't implement that either, I don't think. So we need to hold on to the handle, but we don't always have a handle, so how do I make it like the way I want it to work? So how do I store a handle like this without moving it out of its thing? As a reference, dot unwrap it, dot join it, dot unwrap it. It doesn't implement copy trait. Well, I don't want to implement the copy trait or have it copied. I just want to work on the actual value inside of the thing. As ref. Can I clone it and then unwrap it and then join it and then unwrap it? Nope. Doesn't implement copy. How the heck am I meant to do this? I don't actually... Maybe this doesn't actually matter. We don't actually need a handle because we don't need to tell it to join at all. We don't actually care for it to join because we're telling it to finish. Tell thread to close because we don't need to wait on a thread to join at all if we're telling it to break, because a thread is automatically finished. This thread should technically finish as soon as it receives the message here. We send it a unit to tell it to break, and then the execution of the thread should end because there's nothing more for it to do. And that should be it. So if we receive something from the thread, we need to do what this says and to serialize the JSON and then pass it to the handler as, I think, a list of names, a list of string. Which is the name and their role. So it's their name and their role. Okay. So this should still work. Yep. Everything's working. It's just a bunch of warnings because we're not using stuff yet. So the response should be in here. So now we can handle the response. I'm going to open up the old project so I can see how I kind of did it. So open the request and then we deserialize it. Okay, simple enough. Basically what I said here. We'll wait for a response from the web request. So how can we do that? I think we have Tokyo installed, which should help. And that should help. Do we need Sophia in this regard? Yeah, we do. So we need to get the response.
That's what you need then.
Tokyo web request. And make a HTTP request from Rust.
No, you
Is with
did.
request. It is a wrapper to make Hyper easy to use. Hyper is a popular HTTP library. Uses Tokyo to make non-blocking requests. This relies on futures crate for futures. So we'd use like this. Pass on wrapper and we get the URL. And then we say client. So it has to be async. Does it? Can I do it without async? Yeah, in here, request without async. I don't care if it's blocking actually. Request. Can I go to the crates.io? Crates.
That's just so broken, man.
Request. Oh no.
When?
Request. And then I can just go boop, copy, wrong code, Toml. I think it depends on Tokyo or something like that anyway. I don't know. So what they say to do in here. So we get a result to the unit. And we don't care if it fails or not, we just want to know if it succeeds.
Oh, thank you. Okay, that's fine. You don't have to say something. Just gotta do what you gotta do.
Copy. Paste.
I have a Kaiser in my shop. Do you want my saber?
What's it called? Format. Yes, so we need that. We need the channel name in here. We need the channel name. We need the channel name. It does take a string or a I don't know. It doesn't use request like that. Okay, so it might be fine. We need to we need
The Kaiser's for you if I can get another.
what's it called? We need the channel name, so we need a copy of the channel name in here. We could probably just pass it in. Do we have config as part of the monitor? We do not. Okay, where do we call it then? In here, in the monitor. We'd probably call it under here, and we'd have access to the config. Okay, so I'm going to say the channel is a string, and we'll move string into here. So this doesn't need to be mutable, does it? Not particularly. No. Maybe? I think does a read to string require it to be use request. Do we even have that though? So we probably need to do a check or something on it. We'll do a build on it, and that should grab the things we need. I should. WinReg. Tokyo. A lot of crates. Hyper. Is like request built on top of Hyper, which is built on top of Tokyo or something? What is Hyper actually? Not Hyper, what is it? Requests. Hello. Hello. Yes. It is. Just a little bit. Just a wee bit. Yeah, it's a Monday, which might be like Fridays on some cases, where it is very quiet. So it's either that everybody is streaming today, or it's either everybody is streaming today or everybody's watching. Yeah, so there are some bigger people on that don't usually come on often, so that's possibly why. And I'm buried in the Fortnite people. It is going good in comparison to the last version, the last time I did it. So there's a request I have blocking. Why not? West. It doesn't seem to exist. Why is the crate not working? It knows about it. Yeah, so we're looking at threads and stuff today, so that I can figure out how to do the requests for the avatar thing, and I did that before. And I found a way to do it, which is close to actually what I had before. So now I'm just implementing things now that I've done that. So we're actually getting somewhere, kinda. Why is this all... Oh wait, hold on, JSON. There's a JSON method helper for the request builder that works in similar fashion to a for method, and can be serialized into JSON. So that's serializing it into JSON, but can we do a get with JSON so I don't have to deserialize it afterwards? Wait, okay, we have optional features. Blocking is an optional feature, so how do I turn that on? Okay. Rates. So I actually figured it out. So we can, yeah. Okay, this is what we want to do, basically. And we want to grab this version, put that here, and we want blocking. So the issue that the code that I wrote last time was actually very, very close to what I needed to write to get it to work. So the stuff I did have last time, I was extremely close to having what it is I have now. And now that I've done it, I can do some requests and we can start using the Rust version soon. Yeah. So I didn't even have to change very much, actually. What's the problem here? Is it because it's method not found? No method read to string found for enum result. Alright, that's because it's a result and I need to do some matching, I think. Yeah, so we'll match on res. Match on res, and if it is a okay, we'll have res. Otherwise, couldn't care less what you do here. Read string found on in current scope. The following trait is implemented but not in scope. Use IT. Use standard IO read. Okay. Right. There we go. And this is something that could go wrong. So I don't think anything should go wrong. Questionable. Well, actually, we're putting it into something, so can't borrow res as mutable as it was declared. Can I override what res is? Can I rebind res as mutable res like this? Apparently so. Yeah, we were incredibly close to the code that we actually needed, and I was on the right track, but I just wasn't quite there. I was like very few steps off, but I had the right idea when I was writing it last time. So now thread tx.send, we want to send body unwrap. That shouldn't be an issue. Shouldn't. Yep, okay. So this should be fine. Should be fine. Okay. So in the run, we now need to deserialize the response into JSON and then turn that into a vector. So I think it's in config that we do something like that. We iterate over all the people, we flat map it. And then you turn it into a singular string. So because of the response we get, we can't just create a flat structure like we're doing here. We have to do it in a different way. We have to figure it out.
Now I can't drink it. Ugh.
So the only problem with this, because it's blocking, is that it probably means we cannot exit this without getting a response. So for the exit to work properly, we would have to wait for a response from that. And we also want to sleep here for a while actually, so we want to go thread sleep duration from from seconds actually, and we want to wait like, because otherwise this will like spam. I think it's in here, isn't it? No, I think it's in something else. What is it in? It's in time duration. From seconds? Is that not it? No, from the short and named. Wait, big sleep, so we don't constantly get requests from the website. Okay. Very cool. So I'll wait 5 seconds for that, so we're not spamming. If we get a exit response, then we'll break and shut down the thread. Otherwise, we'll continue. So we go let, does it have to be mutable? I don't know, I don't think it does, we'll see. Monitor, new, user handler, monitor does, no it does have to be, right, and the channel name is, is it just a config? CFG dot settings at channel That should be it. To string, or is it as string? I think it's as. Oh, I think it's as stir. Expected string, but found optional string. Bruh. Why does this not work? Do we need to reference it? We do not, because we should be creating a new one. And then monitor run, I don't think needs to be. Alright, monitor run runs in there. And we'll actually close the window, and then down after here we'll close it. We'll handle window after we close. Handle monitor after we close the window. Can't borrow use the handle as mutable because it's also borrowed as immutable. Technically this card needs to be mutable right anyway. Could we make it mutable here like that? And that way in the run we could also say self dot, what is it? Okay, let's handle update in here. Cannot borrow as mutable as it is behind a reference. Consider changing this to be mutable. Use a handler a what? Like this. And then that way we could also say self-handle draw display requires 32 or 32. So that invalidates this. And if we got rid of this, the monitor close should work, right? I think we could probably just say monitor.render, monitor.render, and in here we copy the render function into monitor, and then we just say handler.render render window like that. That means in main we need to copy some of this stuff into here. And we don't need that extra layer there, and we don't need this here or this here. And then we call run in here through the monitor instead. Monitor update run, which will update the handler, and then we'll render the handler stuff in here. So monitor at this point sits on top of the handler, because the monitor kind of controls the handler anyway. So it kind of makes sense that it will sit on top. So if we do a check on that, it seems to work. If we do a build on that, it should work. Okay, built, which is good. Let's try to do a run though. Not F, R. Run. Response. Nothing. 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5, 5, 5. There we go. So I'm not getting any responses. That is not good. And the thread closed cleanly. Very cool. So the message passing worked. So why is the response not a thing here? I'm gonna print line requesting here. Let's do the same thing again. Is it making a weird request? Oh, okay. It's doing a weird request, which is why we're getting no response. So the channel is, for some reason... I kind of know why that... it's because we're doing toString, which isn't what we want. We want as string. AS. We want it as that and unwrap it and then toString. We're getting the actual thing that's in the file. We're not getting... There we go. There we go, we're getting the actual response. So we're getting everything that we want. Very cool, getting everything we actually need now. So I will no longer print that, wherever that's being printed. In here, probably. So the things are working. We're getting the responses every 5 seconds. And we can exit cleanly. It kind of seems like the blocking doesn't block. And the timer doesn't seem to make much of a difference, because I think we can exit the app without having to really wait for the thread to properly join. But it should take care of it anyway, technically. It shouldn't hang the app until it joins. Because we're not waiting on a join, we're just telling the thread that, you know, you should break out of the loop and just, you know, finish up. So I think that should be fine. Add a git commit in a fixed monitor threading. Started making requests to get chatter info. Very cool. And we can get push that actually beforehand. Modprog said he was looking at it. Modprog said he was looking at it. Okay. He hasn't branched it or done anything yet. So we can push it. What is the chill fam redeem? It is just a thing that stops me from doing anything right now. Nah, it should, all the channel point things should have a what's it called? A description when you actually click on it. So if you click into it, you should see like a small description saying what it actually does. But yeah, it's basically like a break. So I can sit here and think for a second. I don't know what to even do for channel point rewards, to be honest, but this is what I could think of at the time. So it's a cheap one, but depending on how it goes, it might become more expensive over time. I think it also has, yeah, that's pretty much it. I think it's also got a cooldown on it, so you can't just spam redeem it. I think it's got like a few every half hour kind of cooldown, if I'm not mistaken. So if I go to Twitch, if I go to the dashboard of Twitch actually, and I go to my settings, affiliate, and where is it? Where's the channel points? Where's channel points? Oh, view all rewards, that would make sense, wouldn't it? It has a cooldown of 30 minutes. It's got a 30-minute cooldown and it can only be used twice for a single stream. As of now, anyway. Otherwise so many people will spam it, yep. That's the problem with all the cheap ones. If you have something that's cheap, then you're probably going to get spammed. It's like the hydrate one. If you don't put a cooldown on that, it's likely to be spammed every 2 seconds. And then you just drown in thirst. I've still got my drink. Anyway, I'll be right back. I should only be like 30 seconds or a minute. Alright. So now we need to figure out how to turn this response into the stuff we need. And we also need to filter the response. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How can I do this nicely? How can I do this nicely without making it weird? What can I do to make this not strange. So we need to go through the capture list in the config, and then for every, and then we need to filter through the response with those role levels, and then add that to a current shadows equal a back. And it doesn't know what a type is, so it's a string, no, not like that, string tuple. And we need to go through, so we need to turn it into a JSON object first. So third a JSON. We need to turn this into a value of some degree. Which is kind of in the config as well. We need to do some magic to turn this thing into a so the structure is basically a bunch of arrays with a bunch of names, and for each array we need to create a, I feel like we could probably create like a flat vector that has just a bunch of tuples, and then we just pull out the values we actually want. Or instead of turning it into a vector, we iterate it through everything at the same time somehow. How do I do that? Because it's basically an assortment of arrays. How can we... does vector have a... Does vector have... It has an append, moves all elements of other into self. Okay. So I think from that we could actually turn everything into a flat array and append it to this based on the type it is. So I could probably say something like what we have in the original. We say for role in. Right, we don't actually have config in here at all, so we can't exactly do that. So we actually need to take a reference to the config, which might be similar to this. So we go in here, grab config, CFG, like that. And then we have config, like that. And then we say CFG, like that.
Wanna play Minecraft with me later?
Maybe. Settings dot as array. No. What are they called? Capture dot as array, which returns a optional vec. Optional vec reference. What else do we have? Do we have anything? I feel like we could probably do it smarter, but whether that will happen or not is a different story. So we can turn it into an array, which gives us an optional. And then so that should just give us the vec reference, and then so it gives us the capture list as the array, and then we have to now go through the response, which isn't currently a value yet. So we need to create a JSON response from this response. From string, which returns a result, and we know it definitely is something, so we could probably unwrap it. Is it because response? We need to borrow it. And the JSON response doesn't have a type, so it might be value. So we need to go up to Certo.json. The self and value. And that should give us a JSON-ified version. That should give us the JSON version of that response, which means we could possibly go like this. And we go, actually, current vec append. Wait, can I just append on the current thing? Concat. Can I append from here exactly? Yep. Which takes self and an immutable reference to vec. So we actually need to make this slightly different as well. So we need to say JSON response at role iter map the name. We have name role, and then we should be able to collect like that. It's not satisfied. We have the requirements to import Certo.json value index for option optional, a reference option. What is role? It's an option to a vec value. What if we not sum it? What if we just go straight like that? What is role now? It is a whole vec. Role is an entire vector still. Can I just say cap capture list, use this, and then will that make a difference? So it is, so this is still a, we need to unwrap it. So this is now a reference vect, or a vec reference, and this is a reference to a value. So you go as stir, and then we say unwrap on this, and then iter found for enum value in current scope not found. Dot as array dot unwrap iter collect. Value of mutable vec string cannot be built from an iterator of elements type value. So name is a value, and so is this. Yes. I am as string dot unwrap. And we do the same here. Dot to string. We're doing a lot of stuff which probably can be mitigated in turned into something else. And collect is wrong because string a value of type mutable vec string cannot be built out of an iterator of elements of type string or string. I've used JSON a bit for Discord bots, but it's probably very messy. Yeah, we're just trying to pass over a JSON response from this web request, and then we're trying to build like something from the response so that we can use it properly. As array iter like this, and then we go like this, and then we go like this. That's a bit more readable than that big ass line. Maybe we could probably even put this on this line. So we can't create a mutable so to create a to append it to a existing vec, it needs to be a mutable vec. So does that mean we could probably just cut this out like that and make a quick mutable vec like that? Does that work? And then we simply just put in other like this. Okay, what's the problem now? Mutable vec cannot be built from iterator of standard string. So how can I do that then? So in here we're making a tuple of 2 strings, but why can we not turn that into a vec? Is there another thing in here we need to do? I don't think there is. I don't think there is anything else we can do in here. So this is a mutable vec reference, because array returns a mutable, an optional reference to a vec. Then we unwrap it, and then we create an iterator. And what does append take? It just takes a mutable. It takes a mutable vec as well. But we can't create that from what we've done here. Mutable vec string cannot be built from an iterator of elements of type string. The trait from iterator that is implemented for mutable vec is not implemented for mutable vec, required by the bound in collect. So how are we going to do this? Can I just do like a weird like as ref or something here? Like this, can I do that? Is it gonna, no. So how can I get around this? Because as array creates an optional vec reference. And append requires that we have a mutable reference to this other vec. Is there anything else I can do that makes this nicer? Flattens slice of t into a single value, placing the given separator between each. Why can't I look at this example better? And the pen takes 2 vecs. And we can't create that here from the collect. So what could I possibly do? I don't think it's really the append being the issue. I think it is this. And that seems to be fine. And this also has to be a mutable reference like that. Does that work? There's no squigglies, but that doesn't exactly mean it worked. That doesn't mean it worked. So if we actually just print line this out here, so viewers, and we make a pretty print. Is it that or is it like that? I can't remember the syntax for it. Current chatter. I think pretty print, it has a hashtag in it, but I don't know. I can't remember in what order it was, if it was the other way around or not. Expect 2 arguments. Alright, we need to actually provide it. Like this. Whoop. Option unwrap is non-value, 83. 83. Right. It couldn't unwrap this. So what is this? Print line. Finding role. This. Is it being weird again? Finding role broadcaster. Okay. That seems fine. That doesn't seem like a problem. So it actually picks it out properly. That's correct. That's correct. That's the role. The role is that. It is correct. So the next thing is the JSON response actually legit? Wait, no, it was. But actually, no, we don't know for sure because we didn't actually test whether or not the JSON response was a legit thing or not. We don't know whether or not the response actually became anything. We printed the raw output. We printed the raw output. Okay, but the JSONified version worked. Oh right. Oh right. This. It's because it was actually nested. That's probably why it doesn't work. It's a nested thing. There we go. Lit. It works. It works. It works. First try. 100%. Okay. Cool. These are all the things in here that it picked up. Very cool. So that worked. As scuffed as it might have appeared, it worked. Yep. Set up for building the vec of users. We also need to have the blacklist in here somewhere. So if the name also should we check that in map? I don't know if it works in map. I think map might actually have to return a value within here. So we might have to do a filter after it to see if it actually has the stuff. The filter shouldn't take long. I feel like it's kind of wasted time building it for everybody, even if they are a bot. But I guess it's fine. So we need to load the blacklist in here somewhere. We need to load the blacklist because there's a bunch of bots and we don't want to have all the bots in the avatar thing. So we have the blacklist, which is just a vec of string. So in here we've got a blacklist, and that is a fs read. This read to string. I think this requires a string. So we have to do that down here. Up here, I mean. Let mutable blacklist equal string new. We go fs read to string, and we go mutable blacklist. I think that's what it is. Something like that. I'll have to go back into here to see how it actually works. So this is the file path actually, and we don't need to take in a reference to the string itself. So this is located at res blacklist.text lines dot. Yeah, I think we just call collect on this, right? And we just let blacklist equal this again. Well, actually, no, it doesn't matter. Which is a make of string. It's not in here. chess. Lines. But it's trait bounds. Method lines exist for enum result string IO error, but it's trait bounds will not satisfy. That's because we need to unwrap this because it's a result. Unwrap. And that should give us what we want. We might actually have to map it into string because I think it's trying to return str. But I don't think that's actually a problem with that. It's probably better that they're stir. Like that. But it can't actually do that. We can't actually do that because it's a reference, which means it requires a lifetime, which means this probably won't work. So we need to make this a string. Before we collect it, we map on s, and then we just go s.toString, like so, and that should give us what we want. So if now down here we go filter, now that it's in a tuple form, filter. Now it's in tuple form, we want n and don't care. So we want n if n if self.blacklist.contains n. If it doesn't contain it, then actually no, we might need to do it like this because we need to probably put it back in like this. Right? Found tuple otherwise. So how does filter work then? Oh, we don't actually have to return anything then. We need to a bool. Right? And we don't care about what R is. We just want to know what the name is. So that should work. So now if we go print line, current chatter is this. And then we take current chatter, like that. And then if we run it, it should only print the people who aren't in the blacklist. Cool. Cool. Awesome. Capture all users within the specified capture list. Filtering out the blacklist. Also. Awesome. Awesome. It's still probably quite ugly, but it's fine. It's all good. It's ugly Rust code, but it's working Rust code. And then in here, we also want to call self.handler create the users within this vec. Like that. And then self.current chatters handler remove departed vec of. So these require not, we want these to be references because I don't want to copy an entire list. I don't want to move a list actually. I don't want to move a vec. So that means these are now references, which means they don't need to be like that. So that doesn't need to exist. All these references do not need to exist here. String, and this is a reference. Can I just make this a reference to? I think, yeah, the only reason we have a reference there is because we use it as a reference anyway. So that should work now. So that should create our chatters. Did I not literally just put in, is it just because it didn't save? What happened here? Right. Now, remove departed only takes string. I think now we could probably move the list into remove departed. Monitor, and we go dot iter. We could probably turn it into an iterator because we're not using it after this anymore. And then we go map, and then we destructure n and don't care, and then we just return n, and then we collect on that. That should work. Which means these now all need to become references again. Okay. So, create users is now wrong. Because vec here is what? Because it's not a reference anymore, so we can't do that anymore. So now this should be good. It checked out fine, which means it's good. See if it runs without breaking. It broke. Unimplemented function. AIRS. Okay, so we have an unimplemented function called what? Say. Is that it? 55. Who's calling say? Because I don't think we have. Ah, so when we say goodbye, right? I'll turn this into a print line instead, and we'll just say. And this can be message. Self.name. We're not drawing anything yet, and we'll fix that up later. Lol. Did I leave? We all left already? Bruh. Oh. I keep saying goodbye apparently. So that's not good, which means there are some weird happenings in the remove departed. So if we're active, if the current users contains this, and the requests, all the requests contains that name. Right, okay, so we need a new strategy. because we are immediately removing people. We are immediately removing people. Is there something I've done in here that is okay? Maybe it's probably this active thing, right? So if they're removable, then we do that. So how do we... The only reason I had active here is so that we can say, well, if they're removable, we remove them. And if they're active, that means we can trigger them to be gone, so that we don't keep triggering them if they're leaving. So in the original, we say if they can be removed and if they're not leaving, which is basically what this is saying. So if they're removable or if they are not leaving, which is active, then we do that. Oh, so actually no. What we need to do is this. Viewer in if. So if the viewer is not in the user list, so we need a for every user in that. Okay, so this needs to be slightly different. So self.users keys. If they are not in, if the user list does not contain, I think this is just contains. If they don't contain, if they're currently not in the user list or they are in here. What is happening here? What is username? It is a string reference already. Okay, oakley. Well, why is this a double reference then? And that worked. That one. Ew. Username is a reference. Cannot borrow users as mutable because it is already borrowed immutably. Can I just go clone? Can I clone this? Because that's probably why. Can I clone the keys and just iterate through them? Dot enumerate. So we clone the keys that way. Like in the original version that way. What happened here? Immutable borrow later. Like that. New. So we need to iterate through a clone of the keys, or do we not need to iterate through a clone of the keys? Can we just iterate through the keys? I think we need to, because we made a clone of them last time in the Python version. Because it makes sense that we need to clone them, right? Because we don't want to use the exact copy. Does this need to be a ref? Is that why that's complaining? Yes. Expected string but found okay. Okay, now we put references back in again everywhere. Otherwise we move it, I guess. Up. Like that. Is that happy? Are you happy now? You are not happy. Cannot move out of a shared reference because username has type string which does not implement the copy trait. Oh my god. Bruh, I'm literally flipping between use reference, don't use reference, and then when I remove them all, it's like nah, need a reference. Make up your mind, which one do you want? String is not satisfied for borrow stir. Huh? Huh? What do you want? Make your mind up. I believe it's because it's like that, right? And then do you want to make a reference to that? No? What do you want? Tell me. Just turn a light on, it's getting... Oh, yep. Oh, yep.
I can use that.
What? So what's the problem here? Get mutable. It's not satisfied. Borrow required by the bound. Get mutable. Username is a string reference, which means that this should technically work, but it doesn't. Self-use is mutable because it is borrowed as immutable. As immutable borrow occurs here. What? 73. No. We want to take a copy of these things, right? We don't care. We need to make a clone of the keys. So we get the keys, and then we clone them, and then enumerate over them. But apparently that still does not work. So maybe we have to do it outside of this. Equals self-users.keys.clone. Maybe we need to do it like that. And then enumerate like that. Right? And then this says immutable borrow occurs here. We're cloning the keys, but does it matter? We just want to take a clone. We literally don't care. We want to clone the keys so that we can do it later, right? So keys is a hash map of key value. Huh? Keys. How can I mutable? How can I? How can I mutate the users without this? So I thought doing it because Python is the same thing. For it to work, I had to clone all of the keys so that I had values here. It shouldn't matter if we're borrowing immutably because we're cloning things, right? So there is a collect here. As an iterator. So does that work any better? Hmm. Like this, like this, like this, like this, like this. Is that fixed? Type annotation for vec. So it's a vec, it should be a vec string. No? What is it? What is it? It's a value type vec string cannot be built from a type of standard of ref string. Right. Which means this is a string reference. The easy way around this is to just go map s.client collect. You happy now? Alright, you happy? Bruh. Iterate over keys. Removing and triggering a leave event. So this should keep us all here now. It shouldn't just tell everybody to come in and then everyone just leaves. Let's check performance on that bad boy. Shouldn't be very much at all. Yep. We are using a lot more. We're using twice as much memory for some reason. Even though I swear that the Python version used like 20 megs flat always. But we are using far less CPU. Because we actually get to use the GPU for rendering. So instead of, running an interpreter and then also running rendering and all the other code that goes on top of that, we save our CPU quite a bit. 20% though on 2 people is quite intense. Yeah, that was quite intense. And we exit and we save the thread. So now we got that. Git add, git commit. People shadows will now be fetched from the web request. We can add, remove users as we please. I'll push this stuff up. So I noticed a little thing in here that we're not using the correct background color. So we need to load that from config. And we also need to do all the color stuff actually. We need to do a lot of stuff anyway, regardless. But the background color could easily be done, I would imagine. Can we just create a color like this? Beautiful. Background color equals config settings. And then I think it's called, what is it actually called? The BG col. Okay. Background color dot as object. Is this inferred? Can this be inferred like this? No, it returns a map, an optional map. Okay, so raw vec. All good. Vec equal to as array into iterator. No, we want regular iter. Or map. Get all these strings, and then we go s.path u32 dot collect right vec value. Why are we getting a alright, unwrap iterator. Now what do we get here is a reference to value. Dot as string, no, yes, string dot unwrap or pass string value references associated with is string. No, it's not as string, it's as str. Let me collect it. Can't be built from an iterator of result 32. Alright, because we want to unwrap that as well. And then we go let be background color equals color. Is it new? Color. There is no new. From. How do we create a new color? RGB? Oh, they're U8s as well, they're not U's. Well, that makes sense because, you know, 0 to 55. Dum dum. RGB. Raw color. There should be 0, 1, 2. I'll put a note here actually. Note, we will need a helper function to create colors from JSON array for the color palette. So we will actually need a helper function at some stage that does this for us because we can't just write this everywhere. And that should possibly give us the background color. No. Unwrap on a none value. What is config? What is the color actual thing? It should be an array of colors. Should be a array of values. It should be an array of values. So what part of this is not unwrapping? I do have the name correct, don't I? Config bg underscore col. I do have the name correct, so what is the issue? When? This. What is the length of it? 3. It is 3. Ooh, wait, do I need to do a 2 string in here as well? Nope. 97. So this unwrap does not work. This should return an optional string. And it does not. It does not. So this should be actually, it should probably, as it does have these other things in here as I64. Unwrap as, I don't know, like UA8. I should be able to probably maybe do that. I should save a few things in there, because it's not a string technically. So it still can't unwrap this. Why can it not? Is it because it is actually not that type either? Is that why it's complaining? Because it is an F64 unwrap. Oh, UA8. Does it need to be that specific type? It does. Okay, so I needed to load it as an F64 because it was an F64. And then I just cast it to a U8. Okay. So we can get rid of that. We can get rid of that because we do that afterwards, so that we don't hang the window. So how does that work? How does that work? Let's update my title. So we actually got that running now, which is quite cool. And it works. I just noticed though that we create them on screen instead of them walking in from the side, which is not what we want. We want them to be so they go to X. So our starting x needs to be between -30. I'll make that slightly bigger, -50, and then it needs to be the display size plus that. Do we have? Yeah, we do. Self.display .0 plus that. As i32. Does that fix it? Yep. That does the fix. Cool. Let's actually run it again to see if they come off the other side. Yep. Awesome. So we don't use that yet, and we don't use that yet. Is there? It seemed like there's an unused thing. It is. Yes. Is there unused stuff in here? It's just the font, because we don't need to use it just yet, and say we don't need to use that just yet. But actually, it should be done in here, right? In here. Yeah, we actually don't use this just yet because we use it on the actual AI, but we'll need to use it later on. So we don't use font just yet. Git. Fixed spawn location of avatar. Awesome. Now, if I can at least get their names displayed, then we will actually just replace the Python version running right now, so we're not slamming CPU. So we need to make a nameplate at the bottom, which is the AI's job. So how do we do that originally? So we use this other function that creates a rect and blitz the text onto it, and gives it the color based on the viewer. So do we hold that kind of information in here still? Yep, it's a string. The role could actually probably end up being an enum. To do, convert this to an enum. Yeah, so the role doesn't actually need to be a string right now. We could actually convert it to an enum at some stage to make life a little easier. So we do have the role and we have the name, etc. Actually, can we just do this? And then we just make this like this. Oh shoot. Name role. But since it's a reference, if we give it a run, nope, wrong one. If we give it a run, it should maybe work, maybe not. So in user handling, it no longer works because it does not specify doesn't specify here. You know what? Screw it. Screw it. We'll just keep these as strings. One of them is gonna be an enum at some stage anyway, so it doesn't matter. So how do we handle it? So it's just something we can display. Okay. Okay. So the display is just like a texture, or it could be a rect. Actually, no. It needs to be a render target of some degree, I think. It needs to be something we can draw on. So it might need to be something like, what can we draw on? In SFML you can draw on some things that aren't windows, like a texture. I think you can draw on. I think you can draw on a texture. And then up here in graphics we'll grab texture. And this one's arguments text dot, and this is a reference or something, isn't it? Yeah. Can we update from window, generate map clone? I think it's an image actually, but as how do we do it in other projects? Do we use something else? I know that image, I think, is something you can draw. I don't think you can update. I don't think you can draw on sprites either. So I think it's an image. It's an image. I think image new would probably take a size. And it wants to be unwrapped, does it? No, it actually returns an actual image that isn't boxed or anything. Drop. Pixel data. God damn it. What is it then? Oh, no, I remember what it is now. It's a render texture. That's the one. So we created a render texture. Depth. Do you want depth author attached? Use only if you're in 3D. No. Okay. 32, 32, false. Is that an unwrap? Yep. And then you can draw on it. Okay, so we want a render texture, which returns a optional render texture. Not there. And we want to put it here, which will be our nameplate, which is a render texture. And then we just say, So we want to get the name and the size of the name. So what are the measurements we have here? What are the pixel measurements? I think we just use the font. So we need the length of the name, I think. Name len times the need the font. We only need the font size, and I don't think it's going to be that big anyway, so I don't know, let's go like a little bit more. Right. Let's do 32, I think it is. And then we put that in here under nameplate. Like this. I should probably actually draw to it, to be honest. So texture, let texture equal this dot unwrap. Then we need to draw the name to it. Texture dot draw text, which is an actual object text in render states. Otherwise we do it like this. Text tfc equal text. And that means we need a font. God damn it, nah. Text new. Yeah, we need a font. We could just pass a reference in of font. Just pass a reference in. Because I'm pretty sure we have it in self here somewhere. So it is around here. And then new after all. Did I not put it in here already? F17. A reference to a font. And then we come in here and we go elf.font. It is in a box. Which is in a box, which means we need to also do sf box around bloody font. Sf box. New. The string is name. The font is font. Character size is 8. Is that it? Oh, you want? Mutable. So we might be able to set a position so that we can offset it a little bit. txt.set dot BF transformable. We do. So set position is set position, which is a vector 2f new, and we want to go 4 down, 4 across, 4 down, like so, and then we draw the text here. That should maybe do it. Hello. Hello. This needs to be a reference. This needs to be mutable. And that's it. I should just change it to nameplate. here. Boom, boom. Down here, we are getting further on the Rust version, which is good. And after I do this and get the nameplate showing up again, then I'll probably switch back to the. I'll switch over to the Rust version. And then we'll also go target dot draw self dot nameplate, like so. Render texture is not a drawable thing. So we go sprite new, like that, and that might do the job, might do the trick. Don't know what a sprite is. Should we put sprite here? Don't know what to do here. Because it's a reference, we might need to just create a quick copy of the nameplate. Nameplate. Alright. From sprite. The width texture. Dot texture. Which is already a reference. Nameplate. So if we can get the Rust version working, we will have close to what we have in the Python version. Oh, shoosh. That is not good. Right, so we also need to set the texture, we need to make this mutable and set the position. Set position, self position, nameplate, not name. Language of the gods. It's in what's it called? It's in that rune. Oh. Da, 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 da. It's in dragon. It's flipped. The texture has been flipped. Why is it flipped? Okay. It's flipped on the Y. So how do I go and flip it? So do I do that in the texture or do I do that in the text? How do I? Why is it flipped? So obviously it's drawing it upside down. So we need to figure out the way to flip it. I think the simplest way to do this actually is to go nameplate.scale. And then we go vector 2f new, and then we just go through and go -1. That should flip it back to readable. Alright, I did the same dumb thing again. Scale 1x, not. There we go, it is flipped above, and now I just need to center it. So Oh. We need to set this origin. Set origin. I think it takes a vector 2f, doesn't it? Doesn't know what it is. Is it a vector 2? Is it just a flat vector 2? It says it was a 2f, but then it was like, nah. I don't know, I'll just make a vector 2. A new one. Sprite dot size. Get scale. Divided by 2. And sprite dot get scale dot y. Not scale. Get. We don't want scale, we want the actual physical size. Size equals sprite dot get texture unwrap or size. This is a lot to do in here, so easy optimization. I can't say the words. Optimization. Optimization. I'm having like a stroke. Size dot x. Size dot y. As F32. Optimization. I don't know why I'm finding this so difficult to say. Optimization. Optimization. I'm having like a full-on stroke, I think.
Did Caleb have a stroke?
I don't know. I don't know anymore. Optimization. It just sounds like a weird word now. I don't know how to say it. Optimization. I don't know, it just looks and sounds weird now. I can't say it. Name plate dot current position dot x minus size dot x divided by 2 as F32 nameplate self dot no, this is self dot position nameplate divided by now I need to get what name size equal nameplate dot texture dot size dot unwrap dot size self dot position dot y minus name size dot y minus 4 as F32. What is the matter here? No method name position for x. Oh, no, it's not a function. Ding dong. Idiot. As F32. probably need another bracket. Probably better off reworking a sentence than using optimized. Sounds funny to me too. Yeah, I don't understand what the problem was here. I just could not say it for the life of me. As F32. As F32. Is that, do these all just need to be as F32s? What is this? Alright, this is a vector to F new like this. What's wrong here? This is in brackets, so why? These are both vector 2's. Cannot subtract U32 from F32. What do you mean? The entirety of this will be in F32. Why is this having a fit? Have I been watching that? Probably. Probably. That makes sense. That would make sense. Just become that kid. Ooh. Ooh. Getting there. Very close. Maybe we don't. So the position of health, maybe we divide it by 4. I think I had to do like a weird, not division by 2, but like division by 4 in here for some reason in the last version for it to line up correctly. New, because now the origin of x should be centered. We should set the origin of x so we set the origin of x to be half, so it should be centered, and we keep the alignment of y, the origin of y, so it should be the top of their head, basically in the middle of their head. It should be the origin, and then we set the position. I think we might do that afterwards because I think they're now off the ground if we set the position first or last. Yeah, so that's still busted. So the position is still whack. It's not bottom aligned anymore. The Y position doesn't change though. Like, why does this matter? Why does this matter at all? Because the Y never changes. Y does not change. Oh wait, no. We're being dumb. Oh, I'm being dumb. I did change the Y to be incorrect. Well, now it should work. Yep. Okay. Move out of the way. Right. So it's kind of working. -4. I'll just do this as a F32 after I do this, so I don't have to go as F32. What is Y then? Is it I32? What is this? What is Y? It's just a vector 2, but what is a vector 2 then? It's a t. What do you mean? That would mean that we don't need this then, right? It's already F32. Bro. Okay. Okay. Better on the Y. Very good, very good. Very good. And then I think we also need to minus the left origin equal this. Origin minus origin dot x divided by 2. What's x? That. That. What's x? What is this? Can't divide U32 by float. We get 32. Let's give that a go. Not quite. We need the position.x. Alright, the origin actually might... We're not... Hold on. Hold on just a minute. That might be it. Do we need to make it an F32 at all then? Nope. Because the origin... Alright, let's go like plus instead. Because the origin of the nameplate will be top left now. Oh, sheesh. No. Origin of the nameplate. Because we don't take origin into account in the position anymore. You know what? Screw it. Let's do it like this. Let's do it afterwards. And then that way we shouldn't need to... Let's see if it works this way instead. Kind of. Not really. So we're dividing by 2. And that didn't work before either, did it? I don't think it was any better. No. Divided by 2. So the position should be top of head, but the nameplate is top left bound, which means dividing it by 2 would make sense, right? Unless we have to plus it. I don't think it matters though, does it? Maybe a plus works here. It doesn't work. So the position is top of their head. We get the nameplate's size divided by 2. Then we minus that. Does that mean we need to also pad it slightly as well? So if we set it at the position, it should be starting at the top of the head and going to the right. But then if we grab the size of it and cut it in half and then shift it over by 2, the half, that would make sense, right? So there's something here that I'm not getting. So grab its position, which is the top of it, the middle of its head. And then we're grabbing the size of the nameplate, dividing it by 2, and then doing a minus of the half, which should technically do it, right? Or am I dumb? It should be the top of the head, and then we should be minusing half because it's left bound. I think the easiest thing here to do is just origin, make an origin for it. We'll just center align it with X at least. It doesn't need to exist here anymore because we don't use it. So we go name size up X, and then we keep it at 0 for the Y. That way it should be center aligned without having to do any weird offsets, right? Right? No. Why is that a thing? It's still popping off to the left. Why does that do that when I don't want it to do that? It should be center aligned, right? Right. They're also moonwalking. But only when they first come out. So the nameplate, we cut it in half and set that as the origin for divide 2. So why is it? Why is it that the nameplate is still off? Because we draw the name onto a texture, so we know how big it is. We know exactly how big it is. So setting its origin should be easy as taking its size, dividing it by 2 and setting that as its origin. So it should be the top middle. It's the same with the actual avatar itself. It is the top of its head. And then we set the position afterwards. We set the position afterwards. What is it here that I'm not getting? Because Because this kind of makes sense, right? That we set the origin of the sprite to be the top of its head, in the middle of its head. And you then set its position. And the same with the nameplate. We grab the middle of the nameplate, set it as its origin, so that all we should need to do is say that the position is equal to the position of this. But it is not. It is still like way off to the left or whatever it was. And a nameplate's a texture. Why? Why is that? Doesn't really make sense. No idea actually. I do not have a clue. It seems to be very persistent as well. Do I have to add the origin as well? Because it shouldn't need it. Should not need it at all. What does it need? What does it need? What is the missing step that I just cannot understand? Because setting the origins at the exact same point should make it that I should only need to ever set it positioned as a self position. Like, this is actually dumb. I can just use this. Why is it doing it like that? So unless the actual sprite or the texture of the nameplate is actually huge, that would make sense, right? So I think we might need to make like a debug rectangle shape. New. There a width or a from width size of name size. Same size, not over. Oh. Wrench. Vector 2F. New name size. F32. Name size. YSF32. But is the actual name size set as F32 as well, not just the result of the half? It is not, but my thought is that the texture is actually bigger than what I'm expecting it to be. So that would make sense to why it's always offset, is because the texture is actually huge. This needs to be mutable. So I'm going to draw a rectangle over the top of it to see where the actual texture like to see actually how big the texture is. Set the outline, so we want color green. Does this need to be a reference? What does this want to be? Do we not have color? Color. Yeah. Is green not a thing? It is. I think I just did it wrong. Rect.set outline thickness. 2.0. Yeah, so if I draw a rectangle over the top of it, I can see exactly how big the texture is. So we go target.draw. Rect. And we also need to set the position of the rect. So rect.set position as self.position. But we need to do that after we set the origin. Rect.set origin as this. So if we draw a green rectangle over the top of it, we should see exactly how big the texture is. And if the texture is bigger than I thought, yes it is. Even though it's very rough, the texture is actually huge, which is why it is offset. So what is the actual size of the font? Why is the font so oddly sized? Is the font smaller than I thought it was? Where do we create the font? Unwrap. Okay, we don't tell the font to be a certain size. So that means what we need to do here is let equal fnt equal that, and then fnt.set where's the size? Font line spacing. Character size in pixels is probably because the we don't use it here, so we want to. What's wrong here? Unused mutable. Does font not need to be mutable for that to happen? What? What is it returning, actually? Returns the line spacing in pixels. Okay, can I set a size? Why so big? Probably because the font is smaller than the spacing or the hard-coded values I put into it. Get the line spacing value. Can I not set a size? What is this? What the heck? Does that not matter? So the font doesn't seem to actually have a size setting on it. So when we create a text, we use the font with the name and we set the size to be 8. And when we create a texture, we make the width of it the length of the string of the name times 8, which should be the font size 8. And then we give it a little bit of extra padding with the 8, so that we should have like 4 pixels on start and end. But then, and then we draw then we set the position of the text to be 0.4.4, which should be relative to the nameplate draw, because the nameplate is a texture. Let's actually make this 12. I think it has something, there was definitely something to do with the spacing of the X, because it is almost twice the size, like 1.5. So if I remove the +8, if I remove the padding, is it going to be much bigger or much smaller? much bigger still. Let's go like half the size of the actual font. Which is a bit more... it is not correct then, so I do the even the exact size is big. It's bigger. So so that means I need to draw the text. Kind of dynamically then. Somewhat, not really. So instead of 4, 4, so this is the size and the size. So the amount of characters times the font size as E32 is the render texture. And then we draw it at possibly position 4 pixels in. So that probably means that we need to make this a bit bigger. I think I know possibly why actually. So this is in pixel space, this is in character space. So if I want it to be a couple characters in, maybe I just do like times 2. So maybe I should put it at 16. I want it to be 2 pixels or 2 characters in, which should make it a bit more centered, which seems like it kind of does the job. On these names here, it kind of looks like it's working. Mine kind of looks like it's a bit far to the right. So if we discard the rect drawing and we see the name itself being drawn, like so, it's kind of centered for the most part. It is basically centered, not entirely centered, but it is relatively centered. To find a better way to get this, get the text centered. Actually, we can then go and get the size of this in nameplate dot texture dot size, right? And I draw it at size dot y divided by 2. That's F32. And then we do the same thing for x, size dot x divided by 2 as F32. That's not entirely correct, that should be the origin. I think, and then we might need to do the origin on the nameplate as well. Can we do? Wait, no, it's a texture. What sets does it have? It does not. Would that work then? Text or set position. I feel like this isn't gonna work. I don't think it is. 0, 0. Wait, that's the default position, or it should be the default. Whoops. That is wrong. Wrong. How can I make this not wrong? How can I center the text in the middle of the nameplate? Actually, text.set position can be like the same thing, right? Kind of, maybe. If I've centered it, and then I set the position also to the center. Sort of works. Not really though, it doesn't center it anymore though. It is not centered. So the origin of the nameplate. Maybe that's the origin. Naming plate origin might be the problem. Might be the issue. It is not the issue. I don't know anymore, man. Size dot x divided by 2. Self dot position dot x. What part of this is not an F32? It's not an F32. I guess it's actually a U site, like a U32 or something. And this is just Y basically. Man, imagine the only problem just been trying to align the names properly. And that's not right either. So we're going back to Paint. Going into Paint. So what I was doing was I was grabbing the nameplate. I was setting the origin to about the middle in the top, like that. And the same for our character. Our little character here with legs. I was grabbing the center point of their head, like here. So technically, setting this and this to equal the pos dot x should mean that they are aligned, which I think is good. We just need to get the text that actually sits in here. We need to get the text that actually sits in here to not sit at this point, but to try and grab the rect of this, the center point of text here, and align that also with this. So, is that what I am doing? Actually, I need to get the text. Right, text size equals text dot. So is there a texture? No, there's a global bounds dot size dot. Yeah, there's an X and a Y. So that should be x divided by... should be its x plus its text size dot width divided by 2. Yeah, it's not that, it's left plus the width divided by 2. Which means we need to get rid of those. And we can do the same for this, which is text size dot top plus text size dot height divided by 2. And if we set the origin like that, we can then set it to the center point of the nameplate. Oh, we're getting some weird stuff here. What the heck? Why does it look like it's got like crap all over it? Why is it weird looking? The heck? Why is there like a weird colour along it? That's so weird. Got like a weird effect on it. That's strange. That was very weird. It should be white by default though, so dot set fill color. We don't have color anymore. I don't know why it's gone to like a weird splotchy looking. Why does it look like that? Why is it like partly white and grey? What have I just done? So we flip it and we set its position to be centered. That's so weird looking. I don't know why it's like that. Why does it look like that? Why does the text look all busted now? So we grab the nameplate with the texture. We set the scale to be inverted because it renders upside down. And then we set the position of the nameplate to be the current position minus that, which seems to be working. We might set it above the head a bit. Is it because it's sitting? No. Why does it look like that? What happened? Have I done something weird? What has happened? So this works, but it's now doing some like really strange things. That's so weird. It's like the text is corrupted by the look of that. Is it corrupted? seems to be corrupted, because I looked at my name just then when it rendered here. And look, Seb's fine. Why these names look weird? They don't look right. Why is your name fine but the rest are like busted? This is so strange. What has happened? Why is your name fine but everyone else's names are busted? That doesn't make any sense at all. Some names are fine but some are not. So strange. Well, it looks like it, because even on a new run, it's still the same, but everyone else's names, they're not. They get like this weird color through them, and I think sometimes the text itself is corrupted. Because look, it looks like that name is corrupted. What is happening? What? So we grab the bands of the text so that we can set the origin of the text to be the middle. I think I might need to update the today thing, because we've kind of gone past that. We did the threading stuff today and we got it to work, which is why we can actually have people in the Rust version now. Lifetimes haven't gone over much at all. But yeah, we're just trying to get the Rust version up and running now, so I can start using that one. Why? Oh, well, I don't understand. What is wrong with the names? But yours is so fine. Seb's is fine. Other names are not. It's just so bizarre. This is very, very bizarre. Does it need more space or something? What is this? Is it doing like some weird like overflow stuff? What is happening? Nope. It is literally fine. I'm so confused. Why is that happening? This is just so weird. What is the problem? Is the font weird? Is it the font? I think I'll load the font from the files here. Yeah, font. So maybe I need to go to my fonts. Actually, go to my fonts and grab a new font and see if it is a font issue. Because it is consistently breaking with our names but not Seb's name. So I don't know if that's just a weird problem with the font or not, or if it's a genuine issue with something else. Not new folder, reveal in file explorer. Arial. Let's try and use a different font and see how that goes. it's handled in here. Arial. Let's just go with the default, like, Arial. See if that makes much of a difference. Huh. Now all names are busted. I think that's just because of the font itself. It's not a good font on small scales. I do have to BRB real quick though. Gotta go to the toilet. I'll be back. Okay, so it does kind of look like a font issue, so I'm going to try and find a half decent font that might look good on small scale. That one, come into fonts. That's a weird name. Like so. Oop. It's a weird extension. It's an FON. Alright. Whatever you say. Nope. What is this file? It all looks like we're not using that one. Where is hack font? Nerd font. We'll try to copy this one into the fonts. Okay, now we'll go hack, it's capital. Now they're all like that. I feel like it might be a sizing issue, because it seems to be doing with all the fonts. So if I make it slightly bigger, actually I'm just gonna come up here and say, well, we'll remove this first. Const font size 33 8 10. Go font size, font size, font size. EU size. Expected U32 found EU size. What? Did I not just say that was our U32? Expected U size found in U32? Hold up. Okay. Maybe it's the other way around. For that thing in particular. And then where am I looking? This one has to be U size. The other one has to be a U32. It being any bigger, make it any better. Somewhat. So some names are now better, but others are not. Why is this? Why is it like that? So it has something to do with the font size and it drawing the font. I thought I found a decent font before, because this is the one that I've been using. Well, not this one, the console one. Was the one that I was using, but it doesn't seem to be working. So maybe the way we render text in this graphics library is not loving it very much. Now that we've actually got it though, as slightly bigger, does that make a difference with the other font? So I find it very bizarre that it does not like it. With specific names, it does not like it. The bigger the name, or not even the bigger the names, the shorter names seem to be getting busted now. What the heck? What is going on? Actually, when I make text in here, is there an anti-aliasing option? Because that could be part of the reason. Origin, outline, thickness, position, rotate, scale, character size, font, origin, outline, color, thickness, position, rotation, scale, string, style. What is style? We might look into that one. Style? That's probably like bold in that actually, so I don't think that's a thing. Yeah, it's bold and italic. Is there an anti-aliasing option? Does not look like it. So rendering the text is not having a good time, because the names just end up wonky and weird. I'm pretty certain that the other version uses that exact font. Where are we loading fonts in this version? Where's the font? Font? Hello? Where are you? Get in here. It is not. Where the hell are we opening a font in this version? There. Yeah, we're using this exact font at this exact size, but it is wonky. It's weird. It's making weird colors. I don't understand. Why is it like that? Why is it like splotching it, making it look weird? Bruh. I don't particularly want to change graphics libraries or whatever. Ow, what was that? What the heck? I don't want to change graphic libraries just so I can render text better. cannot preload all of the font data in this function, so the file will remain accessible until the font object loads any object or is destroyed. The supported font formats are TrueType, Type 1, CCF, OpenType, SFNT, X11, Windows, FNT, PDF, PFR. Note that this function knows nothing about the standard fonts installed on the user system, thus you can't load them directly. Alright. Cannot preload all the font data in this function, so the file has to remain accessible until the font object loads a new font or is destroyed. What? So I feel like the font thing is kind of busted. Or we're not loading in everything. We're not loading in everything properly. What's happened here? Why am I getting added? Oh. What's happened in here? Memes. Beautiful. Perfect meme. Perfection. You just you make it into a video format and put that in like Mr. Incredible meme format in, but with my face. Oh yeah. Perfect. Double lol. It was just that good, it was a double. Hell yeah. Perfection. Beautiful. So it seems as if yes, that's what I meant. It seems as if the font is weird. I'm going to open up the doc just in case, but I'm also going to see if there's an example somewhere. Get a glyph in a font. Turn the font information. Underline from file, loads it from stream. Straight from file, C string as pointer. Whoa. Texture. That's probably why it's unsafe. That's probably why they box it. Because they have to use some magic FFI. Why is the font busted? Is the question I want to know. Problems with the lifestyle of one instance of struct. Nope. Some weird scaling somewhere. I am. We might see if that is the issue, because if that's the issue, then I'm going to be annoyed. Because we currently invert it on the y-axis so that it is you know, up the right way. But if it's something to do with scaling, then no, it's still weird and strange, busted. So it's still, the scaling doesn't actually make a difference there. Because it was fine until I started doing this, right? It was fine until I did try to start aligning it. So I think somewhere in here the code is busted. So if I actually just comment that stuff out and try to just draw it the way it is, it's fine. So somewhere between, somewhere in here, bus makes it so incredibly strange. And we've tried this with global. It doesn't seem to make a difference. So we're trying to set the origin to the middle of the text. And then we're setting its position to the middle of the nameplate texture and drawing it on the texture. I think that could be why it is weird. Maybe. If we don't set a position, is it still weird? I feel like it's either origin or position that's making it weird. Even though it's not centered properly. Okay. I feel like it's it has to be the origin then. It has to be. Yep, something to do with the origin. Something to do with this is making it weird. Why would the origin make it weird? Can we not do origins? Is that what it wants? Is that why it's such an issue? Do I just do these calculations in the positioning then, I guess? And see if that works the same way. Nope. But even the text there, the parts that you could see, were still weird. So something about, I think maybe just the bounds thing in general is messing it up. So technically, really, if we made the nameplate the exact size of the text, and we just draw it onto it like that, then it shouldn't be an issue. And we can just offset it by font size divided by 2, like that. That's F32. Maybe that'll do it. We're gonna have to do some like manual thingos. That didn't work either. Oh, right. Get rid of size. Get rid of size. Get rid of that. And oops, deleted the wrong thing over here. So we need to align it properly without using origin. We're getting there, but not quite. Divided by 2, actually. So we'll get the, let's say this is the width. Like this, width. this. And then we'll say plus width. Width divided by 2. I'm gonna have to do some manual stuff here because it is not liking Origin at all. Is it minus then? Is it minus? No, it is not minus. So setting the position. Okay, hold on. It is top left aligned. So if we wanted to pad it any amount at all, then we probably don't need this at all, do we? I just tried that though, didn't I? No, I did, because it's not centered properly. So we don't need the width anymore, we can just throw that back in here. Is this still an issue with how we do it down here? I think it is. So we grab the nameplate, we scale it so that it's flipped properly, and then we set its position like so. And it's a texture. We don't set the origin of the nameplate. Maybe we can set the origin of the nameplate here. Oop. And that'll be name size like this, and then like that, and maybe that'll do it a little bit better. But setting it to the middle should technically set it above the head if I did it properly, and didn't do this. Still facing the same issue where, okay, well they're now all perfectly set up like that. They're all left aligned like that. They're all consistent here, so they're all consistent. I feel like the texture is still big, too big, which was the issue to begin with. The texture was bigger, and we weren't aligning it properly, which is why the names were offset in a weird spot. So we need to try and get around that without using origin on text. We need to do it without using origin on text, so we need to try and do it when we draw it. So we get its size. We set its origin to be the middle point of X. Which would mean that we should not need to change it. Wait, am I still running it? I am. Because technically, nope, wrong one. Nope. Because setting it to the X should set it to the correct position. If it's been set, if its origin is set correctly. So that means... Why is the text doing that again now? Nope, set it to 10. We got 20 size. And we want it to be... What, 5 down? So would that mean that? So we now need to just fix the X alignment. And they all seem to be consistently on the exact spot this way. So either the texture is too big, or well, it would mean that the texture is too big because we're setting the origin to the middle point of it. So how do I get around that now? So if I remove this padding, is that gonna make it any better? It would only make it like slightly better. It would have pushed it over a little bit more. This should be simple. I don't know why it's so difficult to do this. We should literally be creating a texture at the size of the font times the amount of characters. But the font size doesn't particularly mean the font size is the width, right? Because you know they are taller than they are they're taller than they are wide. So maybe I need to actually change the width a little bit here. No, that did not work. So instead of dividing by 2, maybe we divide by 1, like 1. Wow, we want to multiply by like we want to get like a third of the size ish. F32. And then maybe that'll do it. Because I don't think we can get the font width. We can only get the character size, which doesn't help at all. But that looks like it fixed it. That's better. If it's not directly centered, it is very close. It is extremely close if it is not directly centered. And the thing about this is, because the nameplate is a texture, I might be able to just might be able to like fill it with a color, because it is a I can do a clear, right? I can do a color black. I can clear it with a black, which means I can have a nameplate of the black color like we have in the original. So clearing it out with black. Alright, we need it all uppercase. Black. We clear it out with the black, and then right on top of it we should have a similar result. Oh shush. Oh no, it worked. It is actually the way it should be. The names are slightly down more. Let's go, maybe let's do the times 7.5 again. So maybe it shouldn't be as far down. No, it's actually the opposite direction. 1.25. Gotta go the other direction. Nope, still other direction. Maybe it's It is 2.5, not 1.25. Maybe we're going the right direction. That's slightly better-ish. Because it is still kind of big. U32 will float. 32. Okay, the nameplate is slightly slimmer. There is still spacing on the right. Like in Floaty Cheese's name, there's spacing on the right. But for other names it is not, which is weird. So that's better. We're getting there with that one. Yeah, still the same kind of case here. We should probably find a way to make it better than this. But I think this, I don't know if you can make it too much better than that. Same with this. Make this less trash, so that point still stands. We don't want to monitor this because it might become awkward and reset when we don't want to. I don't think that comment makes sense anymore. Right, and then the sprite's position. We can't just use the sprite's position because we don't own the sprite. The sprite will not have a position, so that can't really be valid anymore unless we create a sprite and return a texture from the thing instead of creating a sprite. Which might be better, but we could probably keep this. Must use a sprite. Return texture from animation, anim controller. So we'd have to change a few little things to get that to be, you know, the thing that we want. And we need to turn this into an enum at some stage. Add nameplates with colored background. We also want to have colored names based on roles again. So we have access to the role and we have access to colors, changing the color here, and we only ever need to change the color once, and since we create the texture here for it. So I feel like it's best if we made this role thing into an enum first, so that we don't have to compare it against string. So by doing that, we need to go to user handling, and instead of string here, we'll need to take the enum. Need to take the enum, and I might just make a thing here, role.rs. Pub enum role time. You want, these are all caps usually, aren't they? Well, they're not. I think it's a style thing for some people, because the color is an enum and they use all caps. But I think some other people use like camel case or something. VIP moderator. Broadcaster. Viewer, VIP, moderator, broadcaster. I don't think there's really much else, is there? Go to my config, admin, staff. I don't know if you really need those or not. Probably not. So in main RS, and the color we'll use SFML color, graphics color, and we want a constant thing here, which might even use standard collections. Can I make it constant? Can I make it public constant hash map? Role colors. Role color, which is a hash map of string and role. No, it doesn't need to be a string, it's role type and the color. Can I make constants? Can I make constant hash maps? Because they have Rust has a vec macro. Do they have a hash map? A hash map macro. Yeah, a hash map literal. I guess you'd match on it actually. It'd be easier to just match on it. Get rid of this. Let me just make a public function that returns the color with a match. Pub fn color with type with the role type. And I don't know if these are copied by default, so we go copy clone. Copy is fine. I don't know if we need clone. And then we return a color to match on the role. So yeah, role type. So viewer will get color white. Role type. I need to check the colors because I don't think some of these were static colors, they were hand picked colors. Where are they? So we go moderator, this color from RGB, which is 32, 161 and 34. Role type VIP is color from RGB 159, 114 and 198. Role type broadcaster is also a color from RGB 122, 208 and 255, and that's exhaustive, so I don't have to do else. We need clone as well. So now in user handler we don't want a string, we want a role type. Do we have any other things from create? We do, just role type. No, we want role. No, we'll use role type here. Role. And because AI doesn't accept that yet, we go role in here. And we don't want this anymore, we want a roll type here. And then in here we go roll to get color from roll. And then we do the same here for the roll. We've got roll type. Do we change it here? We did not. We'll make this roll type. And that means Act2 can leave. And we can just have roll. One less string. And we get the color. No, wrong place to put that actually. Color black. We want the text color to be different. Set fill color is this color. There we go. And then we need to handle that because that is no longer a roll. Why is this a reference now? Alright, because roll here is that. So can I do like that? It's a copy type, it shouldn't matter. And then when we create, oh actually no, in the monitor now, we need to come back here and we'll do a few things in here slightly differently because this needs to be matched on. And we have roll type. We need to, from the crate, we only care about the roll type in here. Right, that roll type viewer. Should we just do this in there actually? We might do this not in here like this. We will just grab the thing from in here and we'll go roll get roll type and we'll do it like this instead. So we'll do it through here instead. Pub fn get roll type and we take in the roll, which is the string, turn a roll type, we match on the roll here, say I think it's from viewers, the roll type viewer. There's probably like a much easier way to do this. I think there's a from that we can do as well, which would have probably been better, but oh well. BIPs, roll type, BIP. I have a list of these actually in here. Yeah, they all are S on the end. So moderators, roll type, moderator, and I think broadcaster is the only one that isn't S because there should only ever be one broadcaster usually. Broadcaster. There we go. String faster dot as as the cool. That should fix it, right? Right. And we don't want string anymore, we want roll type. And this, actually, we do it like that. And then we go roll, we get roll type, and we go roll type there, like that. Why does this complain? Because we're still expecting, oh no, we're still got it set to string. So now, that should be better. I probably missed something. Pattern, not covered. Alright, because we're comparing strings, a string could literally be anything. And from here, it's actually an unreachable, or unreachable. Try to get roll that does not exist. Actually, no, that's not true. Because there can be other roles like staff and admin, so we'll just put them through as a viewer. Alright, got colours coming back through. Awesome. Awesome. Add A, get commit, M, added role colors to nameplates. I'll push that up. So, I feel like we can just get rid of this one, this slow junk. Look how slow it is to close because it has to wait for a thread. Slow junk. So now, you just come in here and go, Rust, and then Twitch. Nope, I said Twitch. Cargo clear. Cargo R, and then we'll put it in release mode as well. And then we'll have to slightly change it in the captured window, and we'll be Gucci. This should probably make it use less resources as well, because it's running release mode instead of debug. This should make life even better. Compiling it once, so doing this compiled, I think Rust does like incremental compiling or something. So if I compile it in release mode, the next time I compile it in release mode, when I make a change, it shouldn't recompile the entire project, I don't think. So it shouldn't take as long the next time I do this. I just only have been compiling in debug, I think. There we go. Now we can change the thing that we capture. Change the window we capture. Where is it? Where is it? There's the one. That one. There it is. I might have to reset the transform on it because we had to do like a weird, what's it called? We had to do like a crop on it for some reason, because the window on the Python version was weird. So if we remove the crop, there we go. I think that's better, a little bit better. Yeah, we can lock that back off. If I focus it and unfocus it, it doesn't matter. Which was a weird thing in the Python version, was I had to keep it focused, and the only way I could unfocus it was if I brought something else into focus. But now I can just focus it and just, I should be able to close it. No, it's still the same problem. I'm just dumb. But that's better. Okay. Just disregard everything I just said in the past few seconds. So here we are. It's still a bit, yes, but we have the power of the GPU to render now instead. So we don't have 20% of the CPU now skipping out to draw everything. We have only like 0.9% of the GPU in work, in the process. We still use a decent amount of memory. I think we're using a bit over double the amount of memory, but we don't use anywhere near as much CPU already, and we don't, we're only using like 1.8% of CPU, oh not CPU, GPU. And now it's amping up. Why are we amping? Why are we jumping up to 3? I don't know. But we don't use as much CPU, which is good. I think the reason why the memory is kind of climbing a bit, like this, it was 28, now it's 32, is because of how we render stuff in here. We create a new sprite object every frame for this, and then we also have to create a sprite for the nameplate. We can get rid of one of those, at least one of those issues. Actually no, we could probably just create we can actually probably do that completely differently now. We can probably cache the sprites, because I think we can cache or just set the texture on these sprites. So in here we will not return the sprite but a texture. And it might have to be a clone of a texture. What's the problem here? Texture, expected texture because of return type. Well, what are we returning here then? What is this returning? Stop. It's box or something, isn't it? SF box. I think that's fine. SF box. Is that a problem if we return boxes? I don't know, we'll see. And in here, we're gonna change a few things. We're gonna create the frame, which is a sprite. And the nameplate can actually be a sprite in here. We don't need a render texture, we can actually just create a sprite like that. That way we don't have a texture roaming around. So nameplate is actually a sprite with texture. The nameplate texture, and then the other one, what's it called, frame is just a sprite new with no texture. What's the issue here? The lifetime of A. I think we only need this because sprite can hold on to a texture. Expected texture but found render texture. Can we just do that? Oh no, wait, hold on. Nameplate.texture. And I think we have to unwrap it, do we? Or no? No, we don't. Okay. So that should be fine. So now we don't create this at all, and we don't create this at all. We just say self.frame dot set. Is it set something? It is set texture, and we grab this frame. And then we grab reset rect, I think would be a thing, and we go no, don't care. This equals self stuff. Actually no, we can grab the texture here. Text equals this. And for this, we go this. These can be and then the nameplate can also be just reference to self. And we don't need to change that because we do not reset it every time. Size, what is this? Optional. Unwrap. Unwrap, not size. And I have self. And this is self.frame. This is self.nameplate. Rip Aroni. What is this? Right, this is mutable now. And set texture doesn't return anything, but text is dropped here while it's still borrowed. Lifetime ADA find here argument. Right. So the texture is dropped unless we can clone it. Can we not clone it? Temporary value is free to the end of the statement. Argument requires A. But what if we want to keep swapping the texture out though? What if we want to just keep swapping textures? I don't want to particularly create a new sprite every time I return the texture. I'd rather just get this texture. Is it just because of maybe this? Is it just because of the reference here? Is that the issue? And then self dot frame dot texture dot unwrap dot size, and this still doesn't work because this is instead of borrowing here I did, but you're still at nah fam, not correct still. Because of the lifetime, and I don't think we can get away from the lifetime here. Cannot return referencing variable nameplate, returns the variable referencing data owned by the current function. Wait, can I just find it then? I tell it to be the owned. No. Okay, so this isn't working exactly as planned. The only reason this worked was because nameplate was captured in here. So we might just have to capture the nameplate texture so that it stops complaining. Render texture. plate. Cannot return value referencing local variable nameplate. Why not? That's what we did before, didn't we? It's probably because of this actually. This is the whole issue. And I can't just make a copy of it either. I do texture and I go I think we're cloning the reference, not the thing here, because this is a reference, so I don't know if this clone found for struct texture. I think it needs a reference or something as well. So we might have to at least, and I think it's having an issue with this as well, with setting this. So nameplate might have to just be created as a sprite every frame. Name mutable nameplate equals sprite with texture self.nameplate reference. Then you just go boop. And let me remove that. Right, texture, and I think this is already a reference, so it doesn't need a reference there. And then unwrap can be removed. And now we get back to the issue here because it doesn't like it. Is it this? Is that the problem? SF box reference, is this what it wants? Is that? And references, yay. Fun time. Get frame. Cannot infer that. Reference does not outlive borrowed content. How do I get around this now? Just trying to not spam sprites makes it not work. Trying to do that just doesn't work. Trying to set the frame's texture to a different texture. Requires a lifetime, so this texture needs to also live somewhere, as long as the sprite at least, or something like that. So that it doesn't outlive, I think the only way is to cache the texture currently, and then it still needs to reiterate. I think we might need to cache the texture if we don't want to keep creating new sprites for everything. which isn't good. It's quite annoying. So if I want a regular texture here, we go frame text equals an option of texture. No. I keep hitting the lifetime issues. I don't know how to fix it. Put that below nameplate. Come in here where frame text equals none. And then we go down here and say self.frame texture equals sum of this. And a box is just like a pointer, right? It's a heap allocated thing, so it's kind of just like a pointer, shouldn't it? So cloning the box shouldn't be horrible, should it? No immediate threat. What's the issue here? It's an SF box texture. So I just want to change this to an SF box of texture. And then come down here and then we go frame text. And we probably want it to be unwrapped. Or maybe referenced. No. Alright, as ref, I think here before unwrap. Or after unwrap. What do you want it? Temporary value is free at the end of this statement. No it's not. Consider borrowing the options content as ref. Expected reference to texture, but got a thing. That's what I did. I went, boop, unwrap, no, illegal, because it is freed. How do I do this now then? Any option I am given here, it does not work as ref dot unwrap. Does that mean I don't need this in? No. So we still come across the same damn issue about having the texture. So all we do here is just do our reference to the box, right? And we're cloning the box, just in case. And then we're trying to take a reference to it in the thing so that it doesn't go out of scope. So can I take a reference to what the contents of a optional without unwrapping it? Is it like sun in here, or does that not work? Does that not work in this context? We've still got, no, that creates the option, right? How do I get this from an... How do I unwrap this without discarding the value, apparently? Because the ASREF complains here, because we need a lifetime. The sprite will always outlive it, so I can't just hot swap textures. It only has to last a frame, come on. Just let me do it. I think it's the lifetime issue because we're setting everything up here to A. Can we make another thing here and say that this is actually B? And this is B. And this is B. And down here needs to be B. Does that work? It seems to kind of work. And now this needs another thing to say B. And now this needs to be B. And this needs to be B. Stop. This needs to be B. And now this needs to be B. Okay. That's correct. It is with 2. And nice to know, I guess. Now this needs to be B, and this needs to be B, and this needs to be B, and this needs to be B. This needs to be B. I think this was the B. And now this needs to be... What does this now need to be? What? Like that. Like that. What do you want? Alright. Now what's the issue here? Oh, my god. Lifetime demo, right? Well, that's all cringe. So this is difficult. Doesn't seem as if I can do it like that, so I feel as if we need a like a reference counted thing or something. Toggle bit. Hello. Thank you for the raid. Raid and run need to feed fam. All good, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Gnarl. Gana RL. Thank you for the follow. Yilda. Thank you for the follow. Woo. Woo woo woo. Hello. Hello, hello. This is actually a good example now of maybe like a stress test. So once it all comes through, there we go, we should be seeing more people, and I can actually see the performance of the thing. Thank you for the follow session. I'm saying names wrong, most likely. But thank you. So what have we got? What have we got? Not a lot, actually, which is kind of good. Not a lot. So this is far superior, obviously. It's written in Rust. Far superior. Very cool. So this is much nicer, obviously much nicer than the one that we were using. Much better. We still need to make this not trash. Oh, and we don't actually change colors anymore of the people. We need to tint people. That's not something we do yet. I think the only way to do that... I don't know if the thing has a tint option in here. Oh, right, that gets the current color. I think we have to tint it through the texture. No, we do not have to. So we can actually do it like that. Actually do it like that. So we can get a color, roll color, there's a color, and we can just say, just before here, let color equal this. And then we can also put it down here. No. We'll just rename it so that it makes more sense. Oh. Awesome. Now we've cached the color, we should be able to go down here and say set color is self.roll color. Like that, and that should tint everything. Hello everyone. Hello Expanded Wolf. How are you? So now, clear cargo, run. This should make a tinted version. Should. Hello. Expanded Wolf, thank you for the follow. Well, that did work, but that's not actually the thing that I want to do. We don't want to do it like that. Hello all. Hello, Eno. This is the wrong color, actually. Wrong color. We don't want the roll color. We just want the actual color. We want to pick a random color down here, which means we need access to the config. Unless we pass one through, actually, which would make more sense. So we pass through a color. And move that. And what's wrong here? Am I missing something? Alright, it's down here. Self.color. Now in here, we need to pass through a random color based on the config colors. So we grab let colors equals .cfg .settings color palette, I believe it was called .as array .unwrap. And then I need to go back to the old code to see if that is actually right. Color palette, Correct. Correct. And then we pick a random range between them. I think we have rand. Yep, we have an RNG. So in here, we'll also say I'll let color equal RNG.gen range between 0 and the len of, like that, colors dot len, and then what's this? Alright, yeah, self.rng, and then we go to colors and we grab it like this, and that actually gives us a value. That gives us a value, and we don't want to do it like that because we've already done this before. We want to make a helper. We want to make a helper function. We can go to main because we do the exact same here. So we'll need the access to the config, and we'll need the title. Okay. So in here, utils, go pub, fed, color from CFG, and then we'll pass in a CFG, which is just a reference, not changing it. And then we need the section, which can be a stir, and we get back a color, which is not here. We use smell graphics color. I'll let this handle this thing for me. Stop. And then we go into here, we get the raw color from section, and then we can actually just return that like that. It should be an optional thing actually, because this could fail. I'll make this an option. It might be a result actually. I don't think we can use the question mark on it. I know this could probably, this can fail. So we might want a result. Control plus dot for the fix option menu. Yeah, I need to start using that because I keep trying to just mouse over it and do it, and it's not very useful. So I should probably be using the keybinds here. And then, well, I don't think this can fail, but I don't think it really should ever fail. So we'll go back into here, and we'll go get utils. Go utils. Color from CFG, and we'll go BG. Oh, nope. Get it from the config. CFG, FG, and BG color. There we go. Like that. And then we'll do the same thing in here. Color from config, but the only difference in here is that this is random. This is random. We could make another function actually that converts the thingo. Oops. Use create config. We could, oh right, it's not CFG either, it's config, like that. Hub fn color from value. Right, and then we go use JSON, and we return a color from that, and then we basically go like that. So how do we want to use this? Right, we want to just split the value itself into an array. Right, yeah, it's basically the same thing. It's basically the same thing. CF config. And we get the value. Like so. JSON value. Might reference it just in case. So we'll go JSON value as array, which means we don't need from JSON like that, which means we can do the same thing. And to save time, we'll just pass like so. Like so. And that should give us the things that we're asking for. And here we just say utils color from JSON, and here we also want to have utils and we reference that. We get the random color and we pass that into, I think it is, where did I just go? Like here. Nope. Here. That way it should work. Possibly. We'll see. Yep, it worked. Very good. Where's the unused in main? Because we don't need to actually filter the color properly ourselves. We now have the function that does it for us from a JSON value. And so I can just easily hit exit on that and we don't have to wait for anything. And come back to here. Whoop. Got all these goodbye messages. So in AI I don't want to see those anymore. We might just disregard it completely. We'll do this, we'll run the release. There we go. Now we have the new version with all the coloured avatars. So we do need to fix this so that it actually has a chat bubble thing at some stage. And that would be it. So we are very slowly getting somewhere. Added helpers to get color from CFG and JSON by avatars. Now use color palette. There's probably other things that we're not currently using from the config yet. Well, we are not using, that is actually true, because we don't actually filter chat yet. We don't have any chatting things anymore in this version. We're back to square one basically. So we at least have the avatars showing up at the very bottom and they're all coloured. Which is better, and it runs a bit smoother. Runs much smoother than the Python version, which slapped at like 20% CPU just with like 3 people. Now we're only around like 1 or 2% CPU and up to like 3% GPU, so that's fine. The RAM usage is probably coming from the constant creation of things, of these, which I can't get around just yet. We might need to look into maybe reference counted things so we can get away from lifetimes. So that's a lot of things there that we can probably cut off from in here now. So we technically do this. We don't have this anymore. That's probably the only thing we can tick off right now. And this is gonna have to happen at some stage. What's in here that it's not liking to say? Not being used. This is not being used in here. Can just get around that with that for now. I'll put a to-do in here. Or chat bubble. There we go. And I think that's pretty good. We now have a working Rust version. It's not up to the exact, feature set as the other one, which wasn't too much more anyway. It's just chat basically. But we've got more than what we had last week. And we solved the issue with threading as well, which was much easier than I thought, and we were very close to it when I started it anyway. I was on the right path, but I wasn't quite there, but we were similar. We were close. Very close. Now, what is this? What is in Discord? I think a go live notification. That is in Discord. Alright. Now honestly, I wasn't even going to stream past like 8:30. But it's almost 10. And I got a big raid from Togglebit 20 minutes ago. So it's probably not best to really stop. Maybe. Well, anyway, we got it. Got everything sorted. I'll probably just make a few comments in here. So, and set its properties. Yep, same with this. I don't think I've really done much in here. I think it's basically been in here and the monitor. Okay, I'll come to this and I'll close to the left. Why can I not do that? I can close to the right. This is the right. So all the work has been basically in here today. We got the threading stuff working. We got the request stuff working. We got it filtering users into a thing so we can actually deal with it. Thank you, Microsoft. Mycroft, sir. I don't know why I was like dyslexic just then. Mycroft, sir. Yeah, I was dyslexic just then. Didn't read it right at all. But thank you for the follow. Senior, but sir is fine. Alright, all good. I'll remember that. Mycroft Senior. There we go. But I was dyslexic and read it as like Microsoft for some reason. So we've got things working correctly. I feel like we could almost make this a single function, since the only difference between this and this is we just use the name from this. We could probably turn this into a single function. Think about using a single function since we use the name to remove users. We handle user creation and removal. Fellow dyslexia, nice. I think I am, because it sounds a lot like I am. So I read things as completely different things. Like a good example was your name. Tell thread to close. So I feel like we've got everything that we need right now. And the next thing would be to do the IRC stuff, which might be able to might get us to a point where we could probably just remove this and just do IRC stuff. We'll see. We'll see. And when we get the chat coming in, we can start doing commands and messages and stuff. With my current setup, I don't really need messages to pop up, so I could, I only really need commands maybe, which would still require me to do it. But we could always work on something different this time around, and like do the event thing. But I think that still requires IRC, or at least some way to check channel events. But yes. Right. This is a message thing. So this is kind of the exact same as this, really. You just do that. That's the exact same thing, just in a different spot. And that's still technically the truth, but we don't need to worry about it anymore. This is a chat thing which we could probably slot in here as a sub thing. And yes, I think that's basically all the stuff there. So we color our users' names by their role. We color the users so they're not all a big strip of white. We don't currently have a way to filter people by when they move, like in the Python version, because we use something like a ordered dictionary, and I don't know, there's probably something like that in Rust, even if it is a crate. I imagine so. There was one thing I wanted to do. I wanted to change the likelihood of people moving, because it is seems to be quite high again. So we just add another 0 and just run that. Oh, we still have that weird issue where they come in moonwalking, because the I think that's too low. We we'll halve that again. We don't set the flipped boolean. Do not set the flipped boolean. So people moonwalk in. I might actually just double this slightly, and then we'll try to see where the flipped is down here. I think it's actually handled in the new, isn't it? No. We just set a yes or yes. Is X less than that true? But moonwalking is cool. Nah. Oh, we don't have that yet. Position. We can just do this. So is the destination less than the current X? And then yes, so that might fix it. That means we can get rid of this actually. We don't need this, it's dumb. Okay, that's working. Yeah, we don't need this. This is dumb. Shorthand that. That was like tired programming hours. So that seems to be better now. We removed the moonwalking. Tweaked, move chance, fixed moonwalking on entry. Rightio. I don't know if there's more we can do here just yet. So we stopped moonwalking in the main version. I'm just going to run this one like that. We can close down my sketch because it is done. We don't need it anymore. Ooh. I swear I've just seen like a bunch of stuttering. Is that an issue? Is it running weirdly now? No. Maybe that has a startup cost. Or it just becomes really slow because there's a lot to do at the start. Seems to be fine though. It's better than the Python version for sure. It doesn't like throttle my CPU. Modprog. The threads are good. They are good. I got them working. The current version you're seeing on the screen now is actually the Rust version. So we have stuff working. I went through the Rust book again. I went through that section of threading. I made a very simple example with the message passing, and I realized how close I actually was when I made the initial version. Yeah, so the initial version that I originally wrote wasn't too far off what I actually have right now. So this is what we have in here. We make a second channel, which is basically a channel that tells it, lets me break from the thread so we can just join it. And in the loop here, we just do a request on this, and then we send it to the main thread, and then we handle the data. And the running is the big chunk of it. Unwraps everywhere. Yep. So I don't see these really being much of an issue. They haven't been an issue just yet, so I don't think there's anything wrong with the unwraps at the moment. I know that this should work because the unwrap should be fine because the string is valid in this stage. This should be fine because this is valid still. And same with like these unwraps in here, they should all be fine. Noob of the Windows. Hello. Hello. Do you want to rate a Python one-liner? I could. Can you tell me what plugin you're using for syntax highlighting in VS Code? For Rust in particular, it's just, I think it's just a Rust analyzer. I think it's Rust analyzer that does it. Maybe, yeah. The syntax highlighting. So for Rust specific, it is Rust analyzer. I don't have the official Rust plugin. I will check your code out. I'll put it on a separate screen just in case you're doing something strange. There's a lot of absolutes and min-maxes. Jesus. What are you doing here? I guess I'll see what you're doing here. So if you're using Rust, then Rust Analyzer will give it, we'll sort it out for you. Python. Run that bad boy. Paste it. What do we get? Ah, that's pretty cool. So it isn't strange, but you did something very cool with it. That is a lot of stuff to get that. But that is actually quite impressive. You do so much. I don't think you'd actually expect that to be a thing. The outcome from that. That is cool. Damn. Make a cool elephant out of all these max, mins, absolutes. And I think there's a map and for loop in there. I think that's just to get like the characters or something. Product. That's a interesting way to do art though. At least it wasn't a rickroll. Yeah, that's why I pulled it off the screen just in case it had like a troll face or something weird. But it is quite cool. There's a lot of magic numbers in here. A lot of magic numbers. A lot of absolutes and a lot of mins and maxes and everything. I would have taken a long time to do. I would imagine anyway. That's quite cool. Because you could make like, you could easily make like obfuscated code like this, and it comes up with like it opens like your browser to go to like the Rick Astley rickroll. That's kind of what I was expecting it to be. Like you see all these min-max absolutes and everything. You don't expect an elephant. You kind of expect someone to rickroll you. But that is really cool. I converted over an equation I made from Desmos.
That looks okay.
For what?
So it's just a star.
Yes. Yes?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's from the Aura Minecraft server. I'm gonna put like an amethyst on top. Yeah. Cool.
That is very cool though. Very cool. Yeah, I don't think I'll ever do that. That's something I couldn't do. I always find the regular one not to work very well for some reason. That's probably what, oh, it has like 1.4 million compared to 400,000. But this has like 5 stars though, and it's from 140 people as opposed to 105 people. But yeah, I always find this having problems. Powered by Rust language server or Rust analyzer. So it does use a Rust analyzer, but I don't think it works as well for some reason. I just never get it to work. So I just use analyzer instead. Well, and if it's using analyzer instead, I might as well just use the actual analyzer. And they don't work together. You have to have one or the other. I'd imagine that it's because of this, its inclusion of Rust analyzer. But yeah, very cool. The threads worked. They were very close to what I actually had before. And I got it to work pretty much first try. So it's quite nice. The only issue is that I had to actually make this monitor sit on top of the user handler, like it already kind of does anyway. So I have to pass through updates and renders to the user handler from here. So we update in here and then we do this, and then we render by passing through to the handler. Because of reference issues, I had to just build it directly on top. And I thought, well, since it controls the user handler through the monitor anyway, I don't think it's such a big problem. It's not really an issue, because we control this from here anyway. So yeah, I did quite a lot of work today. Got it up and running from having hard-coded avatars come in to actual people with nameplates, which are kind of scuffed still. There are some cases where the names have strange padding on the right, but a lot of people seem to be fine. For the most case, if you have a longer name, it's very... you can see it, but it's fine for now. I might do a fix in here. It's because I had to do like a weird... I couldn't use... Alright, so I couldn't do this. I couldn't set an origin here. Could not set origin on the text, as it would... what was it doing? It would corrupt the text. How does it cope with Unicode? Good question. I don't know. We're not people, we're all bots. Well, that kind of makes sense. We get strange rendering on certain most names. Yeah, so we had to do like a weird offset manually because we couldn't set an origin of the text. So that was the fix, and it's a fix that kind of works for the most part. If you have really long names, then it is very apparent that there's a weird padding to the right, but mostly it is fine for short names, and that is because of a weird issue we get with alignment and setting origins. But I don't know about Unicode. I imagine that it works, because I don't think it is regular text. I think it does work fine with the Unicode. Can I just... I would have to do a solo thing in here. Can I just insert a person? I think I should be able to. think it was like a role type. And it's a viewer. And that is role type. Whoa. I think it should be fine though. I believe it should be fine. This is probably like that. Alright, we want to actually string. Since it takes in Rust strings, I don't think it should be an issue. It does not. I think that isn't a problem with the text exactly. I think it might be just the font that I'm using. Because I think I had to fall back to a weird... font because it wasn't working properly. But I might be able to just change it again. Because we have hack in there, which should have character, or most characters, I'd imagine. Where's the font? Comic Sans. I think it might be the font because I'm using quite a basic font. Let's not update users after this. So that we have to go into the monitor real quick. And we just nope, just comment these out. Pretty certain it's the font that is the problem here, or not. I don't know if it is the font. Is it the font? Because hack should have it in it, right? Hack should have it in it, I would imagine. I don't know. It might be... It'll be something to look into, though. Be something to look into. Delete that. I can probably leave it as hack, actually. I think it's fine. I think it might look a little bit better. Does it look better? Kind of. Ish.
I can give you the font that I used for the overlay. Okay.
Nah. I think the one I have is actually fine. It just doesn't work with the characters. Well, neither does hack, actually. Right. Just add e.g. these as a fallback. Nodo fonts, but you'd need a way to specify multiple font files. Yeah, I can only specify a single font with the text, so I'd have to, if I want a very special, if I want Unicode, then I might have to use a global kind of font that accepts like everything. If I download it for a single language, would it just come up with... Does it fill it out for all those languages, or is it just the one still? I don't think there are many. Normally those large fonts are split up. Yep. So I don't think it may either be either a font issue or a text rendering issue, but either way there's issues with rendering the text. And since it's built into the library, I would probably have to... It is SFML. I'd probably have to switch to like SDL or something, which would mean I'd have to rewrite a bunch of the stuff. Because of the text being whack. So AI. Because in the Python one I used Pygame, which was SDL, and that seemed to be fine, I think. Maybe? I don't actually know. I can't remember if it was or not. I think it might have been fine. So, in here, where is it? As well as this, we have Unicode does not seem to work. It may be a font issue or how text is rendered with SFML. But it's built in. Because it has something in text, it has something to do with Unicode in here. So if I go here, where is it? I've seen something to do with Unicode somewhere. Is it part of the font then? It might be a font thing. So font dot glyph. Apparently all you can do is change the font, but that would still break if someone uses Arabic, Chinese and Korean in a single name. Oof. True. Yeah. I know that the rendering at the moment for the text seems to be a bit weird. So it could be a mixture of font and how the text rendering is done. I think it doesn't seem to be working correctly. And it could also just be the Rust implementation of it not playing well with the CSFML, the C version. But it is an open issue, so maybe they'll fix it sometime. You could just link that issue in the comment. Probably, yes. I'll grab that. Put that here. I think they've been on the exact same version for like ages. I don't know when the last proper release was versus what it's actually up to. And this is a wrapper around CSFML as well. Which was 2.5.1 was released in August of last year. I think regular SFML was updated a little bit more recent. No, I want the actual GitHub. Nope. 2018. So I don't think this is going to be updated anytime soon with a major release. The C version seems to be more recent, but it is also the exact same version. So based on that, it might take 3 years for the C version to catch up, which would mean the Rust version wouldn't be updated until then. When was the last commit? 3 days ago. I think they do like frequent commits in that, but I don't think I don't know when the next version will be released. So yeah. Has glyph was added in after the last release. Right. There's something about glyph in there, in the Rust version. Get glyph. I don't know if this is part of the actual calls in text or if it's actually something you have to manually call or not. Because I think there is a glyph thing in the Rust version. So we go all the way back to the CSFML, I think. This is updated more recently. Yeah. In here, I think it's in the font. There is a glyph. So that does exist in the Rust version. I think that's probably because the C version is maybe more up to date. And maybe the Rust version also uses master branch. Because if it was after the last release, I'd imagine they'd have to be using like master instead of a stable branch. How do you know? Uh, 10 months ago, 29th. Yeah, the glyph will return something even if the glyph exists or does not exist. Thank you for this follow, just a bubble. Thank you, thank you. And what about features? What? I didn't know what the features are in a crate. It says it has 4 of them. Okay. Audio, graphics, Windows CI headless. So if the thing, that's not what I wanted to do. If the thing doesn't exist, then if it doesn't exist, what's happening here? It's just a go live. What is this? What is this? So if it doesn't exist, then do I just... what would I do? What should I do if the glyph doesn't exist? A font specific default is returned. Because I think that's kind of what it does anyway, right? Because if the font doesn't support the glyph, it would have like that. It usually has those box things, which is what it was showing. So I'd have to maybe do something else if I wanted it to display correctly. You could test if it exists. You could try it with a different font until you find one that is supported. I think I would have to set up a system with different fonts so that we can render it correctly, because I don't know how many fonts actually support a lot of characters like that without them being separate fonts. But there are other TTF crates that allow you to test if a font is contained, or if the glyph probably is contained in a font. Yes. So I feel like we either switch font to something more global that has better support, or I dynamically pick a font based on the glyph. Because I don't know how many fonts will actually support vast amounts of characters. But I don't know. We'll have to see. tools to probably combine fonts. I'd imagine that there would be some way to combine fonts so that you could have it as one font rather than separate. I put a comment here for a maybe, saying we could test fonts for characters, swapping to the correct font, or find a font that is supportive of that supports multiple languages. Merging two fonts. I can combine two fonts automatically, so glyphs, those are not available in the first font, but available in the second one can be merged with the first font. It's an easy task with FontForge. Before merging, blah, 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 blah. So it is. I see. What is it doing? Select the font in which you want to pull glyphs. You will be asked whether you want to keep the existing kerning. Most likely want to select no, but if you get strange results, close FontForge and try again with yes. And that just works, I assume. It just works. Because yeah, it would have like these slots opened. I'd have to just find the, you know, I think the Google ones have the several languages for a single font. So you could probably use like FontForge. FontForge would allow for merging multiple fonts. We would have to manually merge fonts from different languages. And we can use, I'll put in this Google Fonts thing. Fonts from the same family here. And that might fix our issue. Apparently there are also merge scripts with Python in a different answer. Either way though, if we can get fonts to work together like that, so we don't have to swap between them, then it might be nicer to do that. And it's easier than either swapping to a different font or doing another method, like, yeah. So we'll have to do that at some point. Easiest solution, probably, yeah. Probably, I'd imagine, so be back later. Alright, all good. I think I was thinking about raiding anyway. Because I was only gonna stream until like 8:30ish. And I need to eat food. So I'll probably find a person to raid. Directory, game, software and game development. And raid us back to top. I was actually thinking about that. That was kind of, it'd be funny if I just passed it back over. Is there anyone else? Is there anyone on there? Anyone else on? We raided Spartius last time, I believe. And these seem to be like, some of these are probably, oh, there's a Rust thing here. There's not as many, oh there are, okay. There are still Fortnite kiddies playing on stream. think we'll just go raid toggle, to be honest. Might be easier. Toggle the toggled bit. Beam stream. Sure. I could. What is this? Sheesh. It's a few people. Goddamn. Anyway, I'm gonna raid toggle anyway. Anyway. Got a fair bit done today. Way more than what we did last week. Way more. But yeah, we're raiding toggle. Thank you for all the follows and the big old raid and hanging around. And yeah, I'll probably be on tomorrow. Most likely, maybe. See you then.
Right now, I'm gonna look at this. We're gonna talk. Like images are some mother of 5 Calebs. Okay, well, hi Caleb, how you doing? Images are a lot larger than text, right? Text is little in comparison. How you doing, Carol? How was your stream? I saw you on 5 hours when I raided you, and I thought, poor guy. He should have quit while he was out. Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. Thank you for the follow, Void Buff.